Good morning, David. David.
Morning to you.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Great. I just came late, so I don't know. I'm waiting for someone to start.
Hello, everybody. Smiling, the one which has a problem.
Simani, we shall you wait for madam. We shall you begin with Tanya.
Yes, Mr. Klama. Mr. Klama. You're on mute. First, remove the mute.
Hello?
Yes, morning.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah. Are you the one to start presenting, or?
Sorry?
Are you the one who is going to start presenting?
No, I'm just waiting the program from you or your team.
So you are like me, eh?
Yeah, I'm also like you.
A participant.
I'm the participant, yeah.
Okay, that's so great.
Good.
Yeah, let's
So,
wait for.
sorry?
We can wait for how they organize themselves. I'm in
Okay.
Agago. Where are you?
I'm in Gulu.
Okay.
Hey, I'm in Gulu.
That's great.
Yeah. So, this is
This is
Bohome.
Steven Piera.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Okay, let's wait for that program.
Mm.
I am a bit worried of time because we have several engagements in the next hour. Francis, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Yeah, we were just wondering when we are due to start because of the time constraint.
We are going to start at exactly 9:30.
Oh, sure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello. Hello, members online.
Hello.
Hello, Rosemita.
Oh, Stephen, you take.
Hello, Rose.
Hi, how are you?
Good, good.
Good. Yeah, we are glad to have you. And I would like to welcome you to this wonderful meeting on water source protection. And we are delighted and honored as well as humbled to have you online. You're quite a number. We are clocking to 50 on such a very short notice. We don't take that for granted. We would like to appreciate your time, your investment as well, in terms of time, the resources that you have made online, you're putting in your data, you're reserving time for the Water Resource Institute, and that shows to us that you do appreciate what is being done, and we shall continue to provide more services related to this so that we can all benefit and have our mutual investment bring in benefits. So at this particular time, I would like to assume that each one of you has seen the program. And so we are very conscious about your time. So on this very note, I would like to welcome Madame Gwendolyn, who will be giving us a presentation about the Water Resources Institute. And the Water Resources Institute is the convener for this meeting, but is doing it on behalf of other partners. That is the CAPNet, which is a UNDP program, as well as the Ministry of Water and Environment here in Uganda, as well as other partners who are at the back of providing some bit of resources. So Madame Gwendolyn, without wasting your time, please take the floor and then we proceed. Thank you. Gwendolyn, are you with us? Okay, great. Gwendolyn, we can hear you. You're happy to be with the participants, but please take the floor.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Yeah, thank you, Rosemita, for welcoming me. And thank you for everybody who have joined for this training on water source protection, planning implementation. On behalf of the Water Resources Institute, I welcome you for this training. And I will be taking you through the background of the Water Resources Institute. Just a brief description of the background so that you can be able to meet with the time, just few slides. But in case you want to have more of the Water Resources Institute, we have a website. We shall share with you a website at the end of the training so that you can easily access and get to know more documentation and more about the Water Resources Institute and what the Water Resources Institute do. Because this time I'm going to just give you a snapshot of what the Water Resources Institute is doing. Okay, I will proceed with the presentation. I'll start by giving you the background of the Water Resources Institute. The Water Resources Institute was established in 2018 in March, and was established as a result of the implementation of the water sector reform studies in the ministry that took place between 2005 and 2003-2005. And it was through consultation with different stakeholders involved in water and environment sector. And we found that the sector was facing challenges, which included water resource related issues, pollution, climate variability, reduction water variability, and any other things that were involved in the water and environment sector. And we excuse me, this institute was also to have to look at how to balance the water needs for different uses within the country. One of them agriculture, energy, industry, household, that is domestic water use. And also to look at addressing current and emerging resource-related issues in the country and globally Let me close my door first. Sorry about that. The vision and the mission of the Institute, we are looking at Uganda's water resources are optimally utilized for all users. And we are looking at also it is a core business. Its core business law, it is to be a center of excellence that provides cutting edge applied research and training, also to serve as a neutral place for dialogue and outreach. Then, as I earlier told you, that the Water Resources Institute was launched in March 2018 by the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Dr. Lakana Rugunda. That was then, and now it's different. So the values of the Institute include professionalism, innovation, collaboration, client-focused, stewardship, and diversity. We go beyond the sector and we look at also other sector players that can be involved in the Institute. Looking, for example, at this training, we are not only limiting to the people who are in the sector, but all other sector, knowing that water resources is a diversity for everybody that needs water and environment. The niche, the Institute is to address water and environment related issues. And we are looking at it in an integrated, holistic, and coordinated manner. We also have to look at the platform that fosters holistic, integrated, and inclusive approach to sector, strategic planning, human capacity development, and to build a multidisciplinary pool of active and retired expertise to serve under thematic areas of the Institute. We talked about earlier, look at our vision and our mission. Now, within that vision and the mission, we have what they call focus areas of the Institute. We look at applied training. We found that actually what we study in the academic institutions, all of us will go through, they do not give us exactly what is it globally, the practical part of the training. So that was one of the reasons that the Institute was established, to look at the practical part of the training. How do we do when you come to the field? Because you may be trained in how to test water, but you really have a hands-on training on how to test water, how to monitor water, surface water, how to monitor groundwater. So the Institute came in to address those gaps that were missing in the academic training, the academic institutions, which is very important for the Ministry of Water and Environment or the water sector to deliver on its mandate. That's one reason we have a focus area of applied training. Then applied research looks at how can we do, what research do we need to improve on the management, on development of water and environment resources. We need to carry out research that how much are related to the activities of the water and environment that are relevant to address challenges that are faced by water and environment at large. Then we have another focus area of the sector dialogue. This is a neutral, can provide a neutral ground for where the sector can dialogue. And when it talks over dialogue, we accept people from different angles of the world, different angles of different sectors, online ministries, to come and sit here and dialogue on issues of water and environment, without only not us addressing ourselves, but even hearing from different views, different challenges. And this one will help us as a sector to improve on delivery of our mandate. Outreach, we found that maybe in the ministry we will not be able to share the information, to share the goods, share the challenges. So we found that an outreach as one of the focus areas will be able to impact, disseminate, and share the water and environment challenges, achievements, deliveries, etc. The Institute.
Okay, Gwendolyn, your time is up.
Okay. The Institute developed a strategic plan, a 10-year strategic plan, and a 5-year business plan. I will let you to see we shall share with you the presentation on your emails later. Let me go through it. My time is running. Then we have got our Institute objectives. Overall objective of the Institute is guided by strategic plan and it be a recognized center of excellence for applied research and training, source of information, and dialoguing on water resources issues in Uganda and a bigger area globally and East Africa. The objectives are like down there. Then we are developing currently, we have our current focus areas, and these ones are also highlighted here. I will share with you the presentation later. Achievements since the establishment in 2018, achievements, we've had 53 short course trainings. We've had this short course training, we've trained about 2,300 professionals. We had 4 water and environment weeks as one of the outreach component of the institute. Even we had also some conference that were taking place here in the institute. Continuing at the institute, the institute has been embedded now in the Water Act and the Water Policy, and we hope to have it by December legally established. We have got a strategic plan, as earlier said. We have got one for the first time. This is going to be the second online training. We had the first online training in July, and we trained 34 professionals. More achievements, you see them as we go around. We had, as one of the research aspect of the institute, we had presented about 374 paper presentations, policy, practice, and scientific papers, and these were done in the Water Weeks, 17 dialogues, and so many other achievements as we have been doing it. Let me just emphasize on the current program that we are having. Currently, we have developed a water resources mentorship program. And in this month, before the end of this month, we would have already recruited about 20 mentees to be piloting the mentorship program. And we are going to start with ladies in this program. And we are going to look at the sector players within the sector player, meaning the mainstream Ministry of Water and Environment, our NGOs and COs that are involved in water and environment. So this is just a good program that will be able to attract young ladies and mid-career ladies. We've already developed a database of 50 retired professionals. These ones I will continue to explain on it as we go on. When you ask, I will be expert to explain in the discussions. We have training rooms. These are new plannings that we have. And thank you. I hope Rosmita, I have not taken too much time.
Okay, you've taken extra 5 minutes, but I think it was worth it. Would like to thank you very much, because whenever you talk about the institute, I never want to let you stop. That's the weakness I have, because of the great work that the institute has been able to do with limited, if no resources, apart from the volunteers in terms of human resources, apart from the goodwill of the participants, like almost 90 participants right now are focused here online, and we don't take that for granted. We started with the move of the institute, and the question was always, where are you going to get money from? But with the able leadership of Dr. Callis, he always told us what McDonald told his people and said, profit is what you make when you do everything right in the right way. And I think this is coming to pass. I do appreciate, I think, would you stop your sharing so that I can do mine, and then we move fast? That's great. So we do appreciate this wonderful presentation, Gwendolyn, and the able leadership that you have offered to the institute. So with that, I would like to take this opportunity in the next 5 minutes, so by 9:40 I should be done, as the time monitor. I should set a good example, to give you an overview of CAPNet and Nile Integrated Water Resources Management Network. And I think it's not good discipline not to see the person that you are talking to. Okay, are you seeing the screen meanwhile? Is everybody seeing my presentation?
Yes, yes.
We do. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, great. Yeah, so I'm going to give an overview about CAPNet. CAPNet is our master institution. It is actually our funder. it is the UNDP program that is providing some technical support, and Nile Integrated Water Resources Management was founded with as one of the regional networks of CAPNet. CAPNet is a capacity building network of UNDP based now in Stockholm. We have rotated. We moved from South Africa in the early 2000s when it was first started by Paul. We do give a special appreciation to Paul, and then with support from Dr. Muna from Khartoum, and they made up a regional platform for the Nile region. Then we have other regional platforms for capacity building in integrated water resources management for Latin America countries. Then there are those for the Asian countries, and other regions keep on evolving as we move forward. Because of the importance of integrated water resources management. Basically, this training is for you to focus on guidelines for water source protection, but it has been developed by the Ministry of Water and Environment with able leadership of Dr. Kalist. And then Dr. Kalist plus a number of technical persons who are going to be presenting, they are providing us expertise, and some of you, the participants, will be able to join in. Very important, what I told you is that CAPNet is a regional network. So whatever we do, we reflect on what happens in other regions. So this is the global outlook, the geographical networks that are within the globe and in the different areas of the world. So it is a global movement for integrated water resources management, and it is a membership organization. So at the end of the day, we shall be requesting people to register their membership so that you can now start getting all these trainings and updates on materials. The networks also have been proven to be effective. Actually, now we are having a very strong online training movement. CAPNet already has a virtual campus where we are getting expertise, for instance, from Wageningen University. Specialized universities in capacity building are partnering up with CAPNet. So us as members of integrated water resources management within the Nile region, we benefit and we get tools, we get materials, we get expertise that we can use for us to be able to improve our capacity building. Also, most important is that there are training packages that have been developed. All these resources are available online, so you can be able to get them, like integrated water resources management for river basin organization, conflict resolution and negotiation skills. So all these are tools. They have trainer manuals, they have user guides. You can be able to get them online and use them. They are free of charge for the members, so you can take advantage of that. Having attended in this training, you can register with the Nile Integrated Water Resources Management Network, and then you will be able to access these free resources and related expertise. Also, just not training materials, we have tools. These tools can be used for data collection. They can be used for decision-making. We have decision-making support tools. And so these are thematic areas where you can find these tools, ecosystem functions and services, pollution management. We have earth observations, and these have been prepared based on, for instance, the earth observation has been prepared with guidelines from IPCC. So we reflect on how IWRM can be able to do earth observations using the current guidelines. So that on the global side, coming to us specifically in the region, we have a network. We cover 11 countries, and we started in 2000, as already told you. But our major objective is to scale up integrated water resources knowledge, strengthen regional collaboration. That is why we have a diversity in this training. We have water experts, we have development experts, we have sociologists, we have economists. So then we look at strengthening regional cooperation in capacity building by tapping into multidisciplinary frameworks. The membership keeps growing, 158 individual members. They seem to be few, but we are very strict on active membership. So currently it is hosted by AFID, which is Agency for Interregional Development, and that I am the program manager there. I've been hosting this, and I do more than program management, including coordination, administration with members, and CAPNet as well. The governance structure is is a very simple one. We have a steering committee, a secretariat, and then in summary, we do a number of, we have had a number of achievements since inception. And from 2005, as I did tell you, we have a strong membership, we have trainings, we have case studies developed, we have tools and materials. So all these are some of the advantages that you can benefit from if you join your membership, and you can always be an active member. You get into the profile of Nile IWRM, and you'll be able to benefit from all these resources. So you can check with this website, which we are trying to make interactive, and also you can advise how best we can improve on it. If you have expertise, if you have any donations in terms of your time, expertise, that would be welcome to work with the secretariat at Water Resources Institute to improve on how we can make our website interactive so that we are better to serve you as a regional network. So with that, I would like to submit and then ask the next presenter to make their presentation. Thank you. So over to you. I would like to stop sharing, and then over to you, Francis.
Thank you, Madam Rosmita. The next presenter.
Okay, as you organize the next presenter, participants, you're welcome. We are clocking to 100, and I'm sure that there must be somebody out there who has a question, clarification, comment, as Francis prepares for the next presenter. So let me get your feedback about the two presentations. If there is anything you would like us to clarify on the two presentations, please let's go ahead as Francis is preparing his next presenter. Over to you, 2 or 3 questions or comments. Francis, are you the one sharing, Dr. Callis?
Yes.
Hello.
Callis, we would like to get your presentation on the overview of the framework and the guidelines for water source protection, but we seem to get your screen on the comments of Nyamwamba. Is that right?
Oh,
did we
sorry
miss?
about that. Sorry about that. I needed to close that.
Okay, great, no problem.
Yes, I shared something different.
It happens because also me, my screen was not in full view, but I didn't want to interrupt that.
Doctor, can I share?
Okay, great.
Okay.
Already, Dr.
You
Callis.
share. Okay, thank you very much for this. I want to first of all welcome everybody to this training. I hope that we'll be able to take you through the framework and guidelines for water source protection. I have also been informed that we have quite a number of people who are not very familiar with these guidelines. So we do hope that you will be able to get a feel of what the guidelines are. Next. Now, when we talk about water source protection guidelines, we are developing them from the perspective of ensuring that we protect water resources for different uses. As a way of background, we do note that there is a continued degradation of water catchments and the general environment all over the country, and indeed outside Uganda. And this coupled with climate change, we are having a lot of impacts on available water resources and the resultant effects on the people. So because of that, around 2008, the sector, the water and environment sector, made a decision that we needed to develop guidelines and we needed to ensure that each water infrastructure projects actually provides up 3% of their budget to protect the catchment. The argument at the time was that You can't milk a cow if you are not feeding it. So we started detailed consultations on how to develop the water source protection guidelines. We wanted to know how the scope of the guidelines and what it would involve and how we would utilize the resources. So the process started in 2010 and it went through a highly consultative process. We also went through approvals, and in 2013, that's when we get final approval. 2014 is when we got final approval, and then we started rolling out these guidelines. As part of this, there was a recommendation that we develop a strategy on how to collect funds for protection of water sources from the water infrastructure projects and how these funds will be used next. So what does the guidelines really entail? Next, Francis. We are talking about the guidelines aimed at regulating and guiding protection of water sources for the following water resources management issues. Back. We are seeing declining quantity of water. Francis, go back. We are seeing declining quantity of water, declining quality, and also we are having effects on the water infrastructure themselves. So you find that in a number of situations, water projects are not having enough of water. For example, enough water. During the dry season, for hydropower projects, you find they are not generating because the amount of water is limited. Not because Uganda has a limited amount of water, just because the water is not available during that time because of the challenges with catchment degradation. And of course, the quality resulting in high cost of water treatment and also pollution. When we talk about a source, we are talking about a geographical point or piece of infrastructure where water is taken from the environment. That's the source. Again, we decided to have a definition so that it is clear. Then for abstraction, that is the act of taking water from the environment. And then we talk about a catchment, sometimes people call it a watershed or river basin. This is the drainage basin or area that contributes water to a common point. So again, when we are talking about water source protection guidelines, we need to remember that we are talking about a drainage area that contributes water to a common point. And as we said, environmentalists normally call it watershed, water people will call it a catchment or basin. So these guidelines aim to address how a new water activity or a new water supply project, a dam, can be protected from water quality and quantity problems, and also even dealing with existing water activities. So it is actually a tool for promoting integrated water resources management. Next. Of course, the guidelines, as we said, are aiming at achieving the following objectives: improve water quality, have reliable water, and have better livelihoods for the people. So the guidelines really are focusing on this. We want to achieve this through implementation of these guidelines. Next. And of course, when we talk about the guidelines, then there are specific objectives we need to achieve. So when we talk about improved water quality, then we are talking about health. We are minimizing the risk of human and livestock health. When water is polluted, certainly, or the quality is poor, then we shall have health effects. But on the equipment, when the quality is poor, then the damage on equipment, maybe equipment might get corroded, the pumps and other services. So we want to ensure that we avoid that. On reliability of water, we are talking about yields. We want to ensure adequate water to meet the demand all through the year, and also reliability. We want water to be available in adequate quantity and all the year. Now, when it comes to livelihood options, we are talking about sustainable land management. We want to increase the level of household income through using the resources in the catchment, and of course, be able to reduce poverty. Next. So guidelines are basically for protecting piped water supplies. Those are based on point source, on groundwater, surface water from lakes and rivers. Point sources, we are talking about boreholes, wells, and springs, but also we want to protect multi-purpose reservoirs and valley tanks, and this will be impoundments. Again, colleagues will give you further details, and also hydropower plants. So we want to ensure that we protect all water infrastructure. Next. So the target users or implementers of the guidelines, we're having those who are developing water infrastructure and they are operating them. And in Uganda, we have many Ministry of Water, National Water, Ministry of Energy, under its various agencies, Ministry of Agriculture, NGOs, everybody, but also we want the users to be involved. And this will be domestic, commercial, public, and also the institutions with the mandate to enforce and monitor compliance. Again, this has to be enforced. So we would want institutions with the mandate to do that, to be involved. This is Ministry of Water under the Directorate of Water Resources Management, the NEMA, local governments, but also the stakeholders, those who have interest in what is happening in the catchment. This will be private sector, the communities and civil society. Next. So putting water source protection into context of catchment. Next. We want to remember that when we are protecting water sources, we are doing it within a framework of the catchment, but also following hydrologic cycle. And the water is a resource that is always in motion. It is always in cycle. When you have rain, water will run on the surface. Some of it will go underground. Some of it will go into open water bodies. When you have evaporation, water will come back into the atmosphere and the cycle continues. So we are trying also to get water source protection to help us manage the water cycle. Next. And of course, we are doing it within the framework of the catchment. And of course, for the catchment, within the catchment, there are many sources. So you can have a big catchment, and basically, as we say, the catchment is an area that contributes water to a common point. So we always talk about a basin, a catchment, and also the divide, the area that delineates the boundary of the catchment. Next. So moving on, of course, when we are looking at water source protection, we are not looking at it in its own right. We are looking at it as part of the overall water management and protection plans. So at the national level, we have the National Water Policy and the Water Act. So that's the policy and the legislation. And as a country, we have decided to divide the country into water management zones. We have 4 of them. But below the water management zones, we have catchments where we prepare catchment management plans. And below the catchment management plans, that's where we have specific areas that contribute to water to a common point, and they are feeding infrastructure projects. That's where we have source protection plans. So source protection plans are smaller than catchment management plans, and they are smaller than water management zones and plans. So all the source protection plans we develop fit into the overall catchment planning process. Next. Moving on, again, this is the map showing the delineation of water management zone, the eastern part of Uganda, Choga Water Management Zone, northern part, Upper Nile, around Lake Victoria in yellow, Victoria Water Management Zone, and western Uganda, Albert Water Management Zone. Next. So when we are talking about source protection, we are basically doing it within a framework of the water management zones, but also the catchment. So when you look at Choga Water Management Zone, it has 11 catchments. So we go further into that arrangement next. And all the zones, of course, have these. So we are looking at the catchment as a planning unit. And when we look at the catchment, the scale matters. Could be a basin, a wide area, a bigger catchment. We can also talk about sub-catchment and micro-catchment. So the principle is that we are trying to manage and protect water resources following that hydrological unit. Continue. And that's why when we talk about source protection, it is done within the framework of a catchment. So there is a link between catchment protection, catchment management, and source protection. Source protection is smaller. We are looking at protecting the water infrastructure, while catchment protection management, we are looking at a wider area involving even a number of districts. Next. So how do we plan for water source protection? Again, we start by analyzing the water source threats and pathways. We want to protect the source from threats. So what we need to do is we need to know where are those threats coming from and how are they traveling to reach a water source. For example, it could be a threat due to industrial pollution. It could be a threat due to obstruction of water. It could be a threat due to an urban area discharging untreated waste. And all of these are within a catchment, within an area around the water source. So we want to see how do they travel to reach a water source and what impact they have on a water source. So basically, source protection planning involves identifying the threats, locate them, identifying the pathways, and see how we can protect the water source from those threats. Next. And of course, when we are doing that, we are doing some analysis through a planning approach. So we look at threats, we go to pathways, then we look at the source, and when we look at the infrastructure that is affected and the users that are affected. So we want to protect the infrastructure and the users. So, but we cannot protect them without knowing what threat we have and also how the threat reaches a water source. Next. So threat, pathway, water source, activity, and end user, that is the process through which we go to prepare water source protection plan. So we are looking at cause-effect link. Next. And once we go through this, then we'll be able to protect us. So I've developed guidelines for source protection planning, and we go through a stepwise process. So we have 8 steps. We start by initiation and preparation so that we get to know the area we are working in. We delineate the area, then we raise awareness and sensitize the stakeholders, because at the end of the day, we are looking at stakeholders who are affected by the challenges, the problems there, but also who have a contribution to addressing these problems. Then we do a detailed catchment problem analysis where we are looking at the issues, the problems within that catchment or source protection area. Then we do a detailed stakeholder analysis. We look at them, and when we do stakeholder analysis, we're identifying who are affected, who affect, and who has interest, so that we can decide on the roles. Then, of course, we look at the targets we want to achieve, how we are going to monitor them and regulate, and then we identify control measures. When we have challenges, we have to identify how we are going to address these challenges. And once we do that, then we prepare a plan and decide how we are going to finance it. Some of the financing of this plan is actually from even the resources that are available, and some of it will be in kind. And then, of course, we start implementation, review, and continue updating, because the plan is a living document. New issues will come up and they need to be addressed. Next. So I run you through the process. Again, it is a cycle of preparing. We have taken prepare and start, then you have technical issues. And step number 2, step number 3, stakeholders engagement. Number 4, resource mobilization. Then you have a plan, implement, and continue monitoring. Next. So very fast, I run you through what all of these entail. Again, we have the guidelines. Next, please. We have the guidelines which we share. So under initiation, we are identifying the problem. Back, please. When we are initiation, we are identifying the problem that needs to be addressed. Go back, please. Yes, identify the problem to be addressed. We set the objectives for the water source protection and identify the condition that we needed to make a water source successful. So at that point, we want really to understand the issues. So problem definition, objectives. We are looking at how what is being done is aligned with policies and strategies. We also determine the locations of those threats, define the catchment, and also check activities and of the committees that may be existing. And awareness, that's where we sensitize the stakeholders broadly, including the communities. Next. We continue under step number 3. Then we go into
at least your time is up, so can you please conclude?
Yes, let me conclude. So detailed catchment program analysis, again, that's one we want to understand the issues we want to address and how we can address them. Next. Under step number 4 is where we now the process forward into the detailed catchment stakeholder analysis. Again, we map the stakeholders, we want to know their interests and how they can be engaged. Next. We then continue to move the process forward into planning, setting the targets where we establish what monitoring and regulation is relevant, and we set the targets for success, and then identify the control measures. These are the measures that we need to implement, and sometimes we call them catchment management measures. And of course, we prepare, and when we prepare the plan, we give it a time frame, We look at immediate, short, and long term. We also set the targets, the financing requirements, and who needs to do what next. And of course, finally, when we implement, we also look at how to protect some critical zones, and then we continue monitoring and evaluating and update the plans as we progress. Otherwise, thank you very much, and I do hope that gives you a feel of what the process is about. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kallist, although the time was not good for us, but this was a very important submission, and it gives us the logical process within which the entire source management protection plans have been developed. And I think for me, this is a very critical learning experience because of the rigor that has been involved. And we do appreciate and thank the ministry for having spearheaded this. And we hope it will be taken up and scaled up into other frameworks beyond water source protection. So at this particular time, would like to open up for some few discussion on that presentation, comments, clarification, any form of feedback, any kind of gap filling that we can do from the participants. We have a rich profile of participants. I've been seeing your submissions, and we think this is very interesting because we have close to 105 participants. So if we can get a few, 2, 3, 4, 5, to give some feedback to enrich this presentation, you're very much welcome. The floor is yours, participants. Can I get an early bird? Any comment, clarification? Is everything clear? And I close to the next presentation.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, how are you, madam?
I'm good.
This is Kamwenge Joseph.
Yes, Kamwenge.
Working as the environmental officer.
Yes.
Ruimi hydropower plant. Ruimi hydropower plant.
You're welcome, sir.
In Kasese, we are facing challenges. We are being hit by water every day. And through the Ministry of Water and Environment, with WWF, they called us for the meetings about the conservation of the Rwenzori. And in those meetings, they involve hydropower plants as the big question marks, whereby we set policies like we do what we call HLM and PACE, HLM, sustainable land management, and pay for the ecosystem services. We come together with the district, WWF, and private sectors. Then we say we have to work together and conserve the Rwenzori. What we do, we involve the people community members that are adjacent to those catchments so that they come to the board and participate. What we do, we provide them tools, like tools for managing their lands, and we do many. But to cut you short, I had you talking of like every private sector should contribute at least 3% of their budget toward the conservation. I would like to know from you, have you set any policies that if someone can't contribute, or any policy for non-compliance that so that we conserve the Rwenzori? Hello?
Thank you very much for that submission. I did get it right. So the next comments, please go straight to your comment, clarification, because it's very important so that we don't lose it within the so much text in the submission. I get it. I can reiterate for my presenter that is there any policy on non-compliance in case people do not commit to contributions that they are supposed to make for something in the broader sense of this presentation in water source protection. Supposing you do that and people do not comply, is there a policy, if I got it right? Maybe my presenter has a better understanding of the comment. I think you're taking note of that. Let's get around 5 and then our presenter will be able to respond. Any other comment, clarification, submission? Thank you, Kay, for opening up the space.
Yes, this is Albert.
Albert?
Yeah, from Bijagali. Mine are 3, and for clarity, I'm requesting for clarity.
Yes.
Who's responsible for developing a water source protection plan? And since it involves, pardon? And since it involves so many stakeholders, involve the communities, to involve NEMA, it involve Ministry of Water and the private players. So who is the lead and who is to provide resources for the program? Thank you. Great.
And you said you had 3?
The third one would be, is it under legal frameworks for private sector to develop the framework, or does it carry any non-compliance if a legal player, a private player doesn't give any efforts to do it?
Okay, great. Albert, thank you. Any other submission? We still have 3 to go. And then we open it to our presenter.
Hello, Madam. Jerry here from Responsibility.
Yes.
Responsibility is hydropower developer in Nyamwamba catchment. My question is on the budget, where the presenter, I think if I captured him right, he said that 3% should be dedicated to water source protection. That is not clear to me because budget to some, their budgetary costs for construction, their budgetary costs for operation. Others would be on the revenue. What happens with hydropower projects during operation? What do you base the source protection on? Because I believe that it should be something continuous.
Okay, great. Thank you. Are you okay, Jerry? Are you done?
Yes, I wanted a clarification on the budget. Thank you.
So is there any other burning clarification?
Yes.
Comment or something, or I hand back to our presenter? Oh.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Good. I'm Stephen Kinyera, project
just
engineer.
1 minute, so that next minute our presenter can.
Yeah,
Stephen.
project engineer for aid environment. When you look at the micro catchment level, where you look at the catchment system and implementing this water integrated water resource management at the catchment level, you'll find that at the micro catchment level is always.
I seem to lose you. I don't know whether my presenter is able to get you.
Are you getting me right now?
Dr. Kalist?
Yes, I think I'm hearing him, so he can go ahead.
Yeah, well, you see, at the micro catchment level, when you look at most of the activities are not being done. So, you know, micro catchment feed the catchment system. So now when you look at a level of micro catchment, if we really contribute a lot at the lower level, for example, when you look at Agago catchment, for instance, in Agago catchment, most of the activities which are not being implemented at the micro catchment level, and you'll find that the climate change resilience is really affecting the areas. There's not too much rain. Why? Because the catchment area is being neglected and not being worked on. So is there any plan for micro catchment level such that we increase our climate resilience?
Thank you very much about the issue of resilience. That was a very important one. So Dr. Carlis, can you take up the questions? Are they clear to you? Or you would need my reading to that? If that is clear, please take it up in the next 4 minutes, if you can have it done, and then we'll move to the next presentation. Dr. Carlis, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. In actual fact, a number of the issues that have been raised are going to be addressed by the subsequent presentations. One of them, of course, is the issue of water source protection and contribution by infrastructure developers. It's a presentation I will be making towards the end, and I will clarify how the contribution is computed, how it is corrected, and how it is utilized. So I will be highlighting that so that the members here can understand. In terms of the legality, I heard some of the colleagues from the hydropower, if you do not now, when we issue water permits, one of the conditions we attach is for you to develop and implement a water source protection plan. We have started it, and that's why also we invited you to be part of this process so that you can appreciate that we are not actually setting a burden to you. We are helping to improve water availability for your hydropower plants. You know, many of you generate during the rainy season, and the dry season, the generation capacity goes down very fast. So by developing and implementing water source protection plan, we believe that there will be improved water availability and reliability so that you can generate more power. So at the end of the day, really it's a benefit to all of you. But for us as regulators, we are making it a legal requirement. Right now, when you have a new project and it is applying for an environmental impact assessment to NEMA, one of the conditions that NEMA attaches is to develop and implement a source protection plan. But NEMA refers you to the Ministry, the Directorate of Water Resources Management, which is spearheading that, and we set it up as part of the permits. But we are now amending the Water Act. By the end of this year, we'll be having specific regulations on water source protection. So again, how the process is done and how the plans are developed, my colleagues are going to highlight that, and what roles the different players have to play is going to be highlighted by my colleague Luis, who is going to come in and take us through the different guidelines, including the roles. But later on, if there is anything that will remain unattended to, then we will address. In terms of doing work on a micro-catchment, we are actually focusing on implementing on a micro-catchment. When we develop a catchment management plan, we will go further to develop a sub-catchment management plan and a micro-catchment management plan. As I speak now, we have developed 8 micro-catchment management plans in northern Uganda, especially around refugee settlements. We are developing another 6 in West Nile and around central Uganda. In eastern Uganda, we have done the same. So we cannot cover the whole country. And that's why we would want everybody to come in and make a contribution. That's what I can say. Moderator, over to you.
All right, thank you very much for that very quick one. I would like to make 2 announcements. One is that this is a training. It's not just a knowledge or information presentation. So close to 120 participants that we have on this platform. Please know that each one of you matters. And anytime the facilitator, the presenters, the moderator, the background team can always come to you, can call you up for a submission, a clarification. So Kilama, you have been paying a lot of attention. I would like to know from you, what is the key message? What is the key take-home message from the presentation that the presenter has just made? What is your key take-home message? That is one. And I'm going to pick on another one person or 2. But before I do that, as you prepare, because I'm going to pick on anybody, for this presentation. I would like also to emphasize to our presenter that there are comments that came in very, very critical on hydropower compliance. So think about it as you present in the subsequent presentation, hydropower issues, especially compliance of private sector. And this is very key because we normally now talk about private sector engagement, but these are for profit motives. And so if they don't see what is in for them, compliance may be a key issue that needs to be addressed. So in the subsequent presenters, please, if you have an opportunity, respond to this. Kilama, please tell me, what is your take-home message from the presentation that has been made by Dr. Kalist? I will ask also Dennis to do that. And then I need also 2 ladies to do that. The ladies, I ask you to volunteer yourselves. Anita, you're there. So plus another lady, I need 1 take-home message from the presentation from each one of you. 1, not an explanation, key take-home message from the presentation. Go ahead. Kilama pass, but please pay attention next time. Anita. Dennis. Yeah, if you don't respond, then our administrator will assume that you're not present and they will log you out so that we don't carry numbers that are not functional. Albert.
Hello.
Dennis, yes. Dennis?
Yes, source protection is the way to go.
To go where?
That's the only way we can protect our source. If we implement source protection plans, then we can easily protect our sources.
From what? Remember, this is a training. This is a training. We need to test our knowledge capabilities. From what?
Yes, from contamination.
Great, from contamination. And our presenter said, actually, the key issue is from the risks or the threats that are affecting our water sources. Thank you for giving it that short. So the key message here is source protection is the way to go in protecting our water resources or water sources from the threats that are facing this water. Thank you very much. Anita, I need your key take-home message. Anita, if I call and you're not present, then our administrator will have to log you out so that we remain with functional numbers. Lillian, I would like to get your 2 ladies, 2 gentlemen, and then we close the game.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth Babita. I would like to say that what my take-home message is, water is a finite resource and it should be protected from contamination for it to be available for present and future generations to use.
Great. That is nice because it shows that you're paying attention. Actually, I've taken it in my keynotes that water is a finite resource that needs to be protected. Any other lady? And meanwhile, I ask Lillian and Anita to put your videos on. Otherwise, then our administrator will log you out.
Another lady here.
Yes. Yes.
Fauza Namkuve. Hello.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So the water source protection aims to address 3 major objectives, including improving the quality of water, where we shall look at the health of the water and also that of the equipment, and also looking at improving the quality of the water so that we avoid the fluctuations that come over time. And the other one that we cannot leave behind is that of improving the livelihood of the communities, especially those within or around the water source, the given water source. As some of the activities of the population what lead to the degradation of the environment around a given water source. I
Okay,
submit.
great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think that's the one we're waiting for from you. And thank you so much. So I would like our administrator, meanwhile, to move on with our next presenter. And then I'll ask Lillian and Anita to put your mics on so that we redeem your participation before they log you out. So go ahead, next presenter.
Thank you, moderator. Yes, and good morning, participants. I will shortly share my screen.
We?
Yeah. So there we are. My name, as I already indicated, is Ruiz Mujisha. I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment. I head the Victoria Water Management Zone, and greetings from Mbarara City.
Hello, please put it in presentation mode so that you're not like me.
Thank you very much, Rosemita.
Okay.
Yeah, we are there. So we've had a logical process through which you go through to make water source protection plans and the water source protection guidelines, that overview. Now we are going to delve a little bit deeper into what these water source protection guidelines are and what they address, and well, the overall objective. So, okay. Now the guidelines are 5 in number. They exist in 5 volumes. Volume 1 is the framework for water source protection. Volume 2, guidelines for protecting piped water sources. Volume 3, guidelines for protecting point water sources. Volume 4, guidelines for protecting multi-purpose reservoirs. And the last one, Volume 5, guidelines for protecting hydroelectric plants. I heard Dr. Karis talking to people of hydropower generation. I think they should pay particular attention when it comes to this. Okay, Volume 1. Volume 1 is called the Framework and Guidelines for Water Source Protection. And this is a very important guideline in that it provides guidance for different stakeholders, ranging from regulators, water users, to project managers for the implementation of water source protection. Everyone should be interested. And it presents a systematic guide to produce water source protection plan for every type of water source. The other 4 volumes, that is volume 2, 3, 4, and 5 of a specific guidance, and they target different types of water infrastructure, and they are deliberately concise to encourage their uptake and usage. So these are very simple document to read. Somebody who is an avid reader cannot take more than 30 minutes. They are very concise, and nobody can not say that they cannot read because they are very easy to read. Yeah, this guideline, volume 1, as I said, all stakeholders need to get interested in it. And I can say that it provides a key to unlock all that you need to know about water source protection guidelines and water source protection in general. So, and it is, I do encourage that whoever wants to know to know the general principles, the terminologies used, to really get interested in reading this. I do encourage that before you go to these other guidelines, you have to take some time and go through volume 1. Then volume 2 targets is a guideline that looks at protecting piped water systems. And when we talk of piped water systems, we talk of where we abstract water either from the surface pumping station or motorized borehole, either or both, but as a requirement, an indispensable requirement in this is that this water has to be treated. There has to be a treatment plant, and from the treatment plant, we have a distribution through a pipe network. So the guideline volume 2 tries to explain what needs to be done, and then who is the guideline for? Those ones who should take a keen interest in volume 2. We have, for example, the water supply manager, and for our case, National Water and Sewage Corporation, or private suppliers, project managers planning new schemes, district water officers with an area that has piped scheme problems, and major industrial and agricultural water users. And what do they address? Like Dr. Kalis talked about in the earlier presentation, it tends to address declining water flows and water quantity, escalating water treatment costs, declining reliability, and increased equipment damage, the wear and tear, as we normally call it. And yeah, your organization may not have a mandate to tackle all these catchment problems, but the guideline can assist you to mobilize other stakeholders of the various mandates to come together and see how issues that are being talked about in this guideline can be addressed. And who are the major stakeholders? Like we have already said, National Water and Sewage Corporation and other private users are one of them. Those with the cross stake in the outcome, like water user committees, land owners and farmers, who are also stakeholders. Public water users, then of course we have the technical people, engineers, contractors. We have already talked about National Water, town, city councils, National Forest Authority, Directorate of Environmental Affairs, Wetland Unit, then the monitors and regulators like district water officers, NEMA, Directorate of Water Resources Management, Water Management Zones, Directorate of Water Development, Technical Support Units, and Uganda Wildlife Authority. Then those that are supposed to provide the supporting function, supporting funding and capacity building, we have government ministries and development partners. These are the ones who offer support to the implementation of these guidelines, what they call, then of course, implementation mandates. We have regulators, I've said, Minister of Water and Environment through the Directorate of Water Resources Management. Implementers, those who are responsible for preparing and implementing water source protection plan, the Directorate of Water Resources, Directorate of Water Development, National Water Association operators, and so forth. Then we have a group of stakeholders whom we call facilitators or contributors, and those are ones who support the implementation of these guidelines. And this can be, for example, for the Forest Support Services Department, NFA, NEMA, all of these can come in and contribute to the implementation of the guideline. Volume 3 targets point water sources. And when you talk of point water sources, we are talking about shallow wells and boreholes, shallow boreholes and wells. These are different. because of the depths, then the deep boreholes, and then the springs. So these water technologies, you need now to go to volume 3 in order to see how the water protection issues can be addressed and how to prepare the water source protection plan concerning these point water sources I've already indicated. So again, who is the guidelines for? They are for a technical advisor, for a water user committee, a wash engineer working for an NGO, CBO, private contractor, a district water officers should be interested, because most of the technologies used in districts is mainly through point water sources. So why use the guidelines? We know springs flow are declining, and so is groundwater, and water quality is becoming increasingly poor. And like we said, your organization, if your organization doesn't have the mandate to tackle these catchment problems, but others can. So you can see how you can bring together all of these stakeholders to make sure that these issues are taken care of. You will realize that in implementing these guidelines, we not only the implementer is involved, but the implementer works with other stakeholders. So the major stakeholders, again, we have operators, water users, water committees, and private owners, like we had said before, and those with a close stake in the outcome, like landowners and farmers, water using businesses, NGOs, public, and stroke water users. Then, of course, the technical people, engineers, contractors in national water, town councils, cities, and NGOs, the regulators, like is listed there, then those who are supposed to provide support and funding, mainly district, local governments, NGOs, and CBOs. Volume 4, this is a guideline for protecting water sources for multipurpose reservoirs. And when we are talking about water multipurpose reservoirs, we are talking about a situation whereby you have water flowing and you interrupt its flow and you put there a kind of a dam. Those are what we call online reservoirs, but you can also have water flowing, say, in a river, and somehow you divert it and then dam it, and then later on you will allow it to flow again, and that's what we call offline reservoirs. And then the ones we are used to the valley tanks, where there is excavation, and then you create a kind of a pond, and most of these are the ones we are used to, where you excavate and then you allow water to collect. So that is a valley tank. So protection of these water technologies require that you use volume 4, and that's where you will get the information for protecting these technologies. Yeah, the type of reservoirs, I've already talked about this. There is offline valley dams, there is rather online valley dams, offline valley dams, and the valley tanks. I've already talked about that. Maybe I don't need to go into that. And the guidelines are very useful for a technical advisor to a water user committee responsible for multipurpose reservoirs or valley tanks, a project manager, a consultant, agricultural water users will find these guidelines very useful. Why the guidelines? Of course, as we said, water users continue to meet increasing costs and increasing unreliability in supply. Like Dr. Kalis said, we see water drying up during dry season when the demand is high, and then we have operational problems. We have issues of sanitation, and all of those problems. Of course, there are also engineering problems. So when preparing a water source protection plan, we have to have a mitigation plan, a framework. And yes, and of course, implementing a water source protection plan, monitoring and evaluation of performance is very key. There is also roles and responsibilities for stakeholders. Water for production and for Minister of Water and Environment and Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries have a big role to play because they are the ones, we can look at them as implementers of these guidelines because most of the time they are the ones who construct these water facilities. Then we have contributors like ministry, departments and agencies, local governments, water users, landowners, and NGOs. And these provide input or assistance to the implementer in preparing and implementing the water source protection plan. Then the regulators, this is another group of stakeholders, again, ministry, departments and agencies, NEMA, local government, Uganda Wildlife Authority, National Forest Authority. And what do? They enforce the guidelines by ensuring compliance with the conditions and provide these guidelines to all stakeholders. And the guidelines specifically require that water user permits at the anniversary of renewing the permits must be approved alongside a water source protection plan. And I think Dr. Kalisa has already talked about that. It is going to be mandatory that before you are issued with a water use permit, you should be having a water source protection plan. So it is very important that people start taking these plans seriously and make sure that the water source protection plans are developed, and not only developed, but later on are implemented. Then lastly, guidelines for protecting water sources for hydroelectric power plants. The different hydroelectric dam and reservoirs, like the online ones, those ones where you have a river flowing, like the one we have, I think, on the River Nile, where you have a dam and you dam the river, and then the water stored and released through turbines. Then there is runoff of the river hydroelectric power plants, where water is diverted from the river and later on brought back. So those are the different types of dams we have and which these guidelines refer to. Like we've said, reservoir, then we have flow being diverted as shown in those diagrams, run over the river, and then river hydroelectric dams. And yes, these guidelines help plant operators, then power generation companies, the stakeholders involve, of course, project developers, private and public, water user committees, community-based organizations, land owners and farming organization, business organization, NGOs, and then people in the public sector. Then we have those who are responsible for technical design and implementation, mainly from Ministry of Energy, consulting engineers and contractors, National Forest Authority, and people in the Forestry Department, Directorate of Environmental Affairs, Electricity Regulation Area for monitoring and regulation, then district technical officers, name again comes in, Minister of Energy, Mineral Development, then Wildlife Authority, and then there are those one who are supposed to provide support and funding and capacity building, and they are listed there in the last column. Moderator, try to make sure that we gain time, and I've gone through, but since you have started a good practice of asking questions to see whether people have understood, I think we can go back to that good practice. I can explain some of the issues probably that were not clear. Thank you very much, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very, very much. That was a very great presentation. Actually, I got buried into the details, but later I checked my time. We are on time, and you've saved us some minutes according to your allocated time. And so we could use this 8 to 5 minutes so that we can respond. This is a very rich presentation. Participants, I would like to get your attention. Any comment, clarification, addition to the presentation? Especially, I would like to hear from the participants who are concerned about the non-compliance, because I think this is where you have the volumes that speak to protection of hydropower systems. So I would like to give any other person from that background, not the ones who raised the question. Do you have any question, clarification regarding the volume? Even for me, this is the first time I'm getting this kind of information pack on hydropower systems. I think you're moving even faster than the Ministry of Energy, and I think this should be streamlined with the Ministry of Energy protocols, because they have done these hydropower systems. And so how are we protecting the water sources? Maybe you could also tell us, how is this mainstreamed or streamlined with the ongoing infrastructure development packages by the Ministry of Energy on protecting the water source? Of course, I don't have the advantage, but think about it when you're responding, you can use that. Any comment, clarification from the participants? Volunteer yourselves before I volunteer you.
Yes, moderator.
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Festo. I work with the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company.
Great.
And my particular comment is with regards to the volume concerning hydropower plants. Thank you, presenters, for your submissions. My request for clarification is about the Water Source Protection Action Plan. We note that the hydropower plants or developers are at different stages. So for when will these plans be required? If, for example, if someone is developing, is it required as part of the, should it be done as part of the feasibility studies? And for those who already have permits that are going to be renewed, should it be done so that when the permit, as it is renewed, they also see the water source protection plan? Then, what is the information dissemination plan? Because like the moderator said, this is the first time some of us are hearing about these guidelines. Is there a planned stakeholder engagement to teach people and clarify on these guidelines, or we are going to approach Ministry of Water and Environment on an individual basis to get this information? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and that's a very good one. To be clear, what is the information dissemination pathways that you're going to use, or the plan that you have, so that these are popularized and everybody is aware of what is happening? Please speak to that. Any other submission? That's a very good one.
Madam Moderator, there are people with their hands up.
Oh, great, great. Thank you very much. Can I see those beautiful? David, I have your hand. Gilbert, I have your hand. So please go ahead.
This is Gilbert.
Yes, Gilbert.
I want to say that most of the small hydropower plants are really facing challenges of geohazards in nature. And if they don't embrace the guidelines, they'll find themselves having higher costs in terms of maintaining the flows, because most of them are getting diverted because the catchment areas are getting degraded by the community and the rivers are washing away or changing course, making it very difficult to maintain the volumes required for production, but also managing the water course. If we went to the Rwenzori, most of those small plants are having those challenges, and many more are bound to happen because of changing volumes of rain and so forth. So I encourage them to ensure that this is adopted, and they should also ensure that they have budgets, maybe in the next 5 years, to implement what the plan has been developed for. So that it helps them stay in operation for a longer period. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gilbert, for that piece of advice. James, you have your hand up. James or Albert, any of you can take it.
Thank you
thanks so much, Elizabeth.
Go ahead.
For me, it's not a question, but just a quick comment. The first you have a lot of guidelines, protocols that need like a setup. But the challenge we have currently is the issue of implementation of these guidelines. When it comes to the implementation of these guidelines, they are not to the dot the way they are planned. That's maybe like I want to have maybe like inquiry from the presenter. Are we not going to see the same guideline that are drafted and end up being on papers, maybe like online, but the implementation of it becomes that's maybe like on the presentation.
Thank you so much. Any other comment? And please also make use of the chat. The chat, I'm only having one comment. Tanya is asking, is rainwater harvesting addressed by any of the volumes that you have mentioned? Mr. Presenter, you'll address that. If we don't have any other comment, Tanya has rescued us. So we have 3 comments that come from the participants. Please, presenter, go to that. What is key is that what is your dissemination plan, and also what is your implementation plan for these volumes or guidelines, and also please respond whether rainwater harvesting is is addressed in any of the volumes. Please take the floor, and then we move to the next presenter.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. Yeah, and I want to thank those who have raised the questions. Yes, let me see the dissemination and the popularization. I think, moderator, you agree with me that this kind of training is another way of popularizing these guidelines. Exactly what we are doing right now is one way of popularizing these guidelines, and people get to know all about their existence and where they can be got from. But I'm also very much aware that these guidelines are on Ministry of Water and Environment website. They are there, they can easily be got from there. And if for more information, I think if you go to the Ministry of Water and Environment, I think headquarters in Zira, you go and ask for Dr. Callisti's office. I think you can again get more about this and even maybe copies and all that. So we are trying our best to make sure that we popularize them, even at the regional offices, at the water management zones. I think you can get information there, and if you want specific volumes, you can always get this information. So this information is available, but more importantly, to stress that they are just a click away from you, from the Ministry of Water and Environment website. Yeah, the other issue, I think Gilbert, I think that's Gilbert Ituka. Thank you for the for the comment. The implementation of the guidelines. I think as we've been told, in the future, if you are asking, if you are requesting for a permit of any water use, before your permit is looked into, but rather your application is looked into, one has to satisfy himself whether the water source protection plan of the water technology you are trying to put in place is there. And then why should people be forced to do the right thing? If these guidelines are good, why don't we embrace them and make sure that we implement them? Because we've been told of the objectives, we've been told of the declining water quantity, we've been told of declining water quality, and declining of water quality comes with a whole host of diseases, and we are talking of other issues. Then why should we be, why should we struggle with people to do a certain good? But more importantly, that the Dr. Kalisa has told us, the law is now being reviewed to make sure that these guidelines become regulations in themselves. So we would rather get used to them right now, before now the law tightens up. But of course, I know we have Dr. Kalisa on the line. He's been the main man behind all these guidelines, and actually might be call him the godfather of these guidelines. I think you have something to say there. But let us not always be forced to do a certain good. Then the rainwater harvesting, whether we have a guideline addressing that. Actually, we don't have a specific guideline for rainwater harvesting. I've talked about 5 of them, and actually the first one is just to provide guidance, the terminology and all that. And the other 4 really do not talk about rainwater harvesting. But then we know that issues like valley dams and valley tanks, in a way, in arrest water, which is storm water, and the storm water is from maybe rain. But I don't want to commit myself that we have a specific guideline talking about rainwater harvesting. Then the different stages of development. When do you need this information? Actually, you need this information before you think of anything else. Before you get out of whatever to do, whatever, something in the field regarding the water technology you want to put in place, the issue of the water source protection guidelines should be number 1, because you want to protect the source. You wouldn't want to start construction and all of that, then the water source protection planning and all that comes by the way. It should be one of the first steps you do before you go out to do, because it will tell you a lot on what you need to do, on the kind of design you need to come up with. So otherwise, if you do it the other way, I would liken you with somebody who puts a cart in front of the horse. So this is what I can say, moderator. If there is any other thing you can respond to it, but to emphasize the point that the information from water source protection planning from these guidelines is very fundamental when it comes to design. Therefore, you need this information before you go even to design stage. Thank you very much. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. And it's very clear that the guidelines are there. That is the fundamental. The guidelines are simple to use. That's what I pick from you. But very important is that the guidelines should not be the ones to force you to do things the right way, but it's just a personal behavior that we need to adapt to do things the right way, so that we do not get caught up by the law. So thank you very much. I would like now to take this opportunity to invite our next presenter. I don't know whether the presentation is already loaded up or you're going to share your screen, Richard. Richard, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Moderator,
and I'm going to share the screen.
Moderator?
Yes, can I pick your comment?
No, just a quick one there.
Yes, David.
Yeah, before Richard provides.
No, Richard, you can start sharing. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to thank the Directorate for all the effort that has been put in providing this resource material. And for me, I think the comment is about responsibility as developers. I have had quite a very good chance to engage the Directorate on different times, yeah? And I've learned a lot in terms of this particular conversation we're having today. But however, apart from the benefits that we have as developers of hydropower, in terms of net benefits, availability of plants for commercial production and community benefits, there is one biggest challenge that I would want to point out. I don't know whether the Directorate would wish to take this up on another forum. When we are developing these projects, we develop them based on implementation agreements between the government of Uganda as well. Now, one of the main challenges that we face is change in law. There are clauses in there that once there's change in law, some sorts of these things cannot be enforceable once that agreement is in place and can be refreshed. However, for me, from a personal perspective, and again, from the previous engagements that I've had with the technical persons at the Directorate, I have fairly come to appreciate all these issues. And going forward, we would want to implement them. But the shortfall, again, the shortfall is within the implementation agreement, where, again, some of these things cannot be enforced. So I would wish the Directorate can take it up at another forum, a wider forum, with their counterparts in government to understand the level at which some of these clauses get in there. So they make it very difficult for new regulations or guidelines to come into enforce. Thank you.
Wow, that's a very good one. And I think I do appreciate the minutes that we have given you, because this is fundamental. We are doing a lot of infrastructure development, not only in hydropower, but even in other sectors like mining and all that kind of stuff, even health or agriculture. But what I read from your sentimental submission is that at implementation design, there are things that we don't pay attention to that affect the actual execution of implementation. And these are embedded in an agreement that is binding and would be very expensive for us as taxpayers now and the future generation to kind of come in terms with this. And so this is the right forum. Don't worry about it. We have the commissioner here who is the head of business at this unit. And I think he will pick it up, and plus other stakeholders and partners who are listening in to kind of give it a focused attention. And that is why we could afford to give you some very good minutes. And this is well recorded. It will be taken up for further deliberations. And we do thank you very much for that wonderful sentimental submission. So please, Richard, take it up from here. We have you on the floor. You have the timetable with you, and let's move within the time like other partners have done already. So you take it up, Richard. You're welcome to start your presentation.
Thank you, Rosmita. And I think from the last two submissions on Rhys's presentation, including Rhys himself, just to remind colleagues that we are talking about a common resource. We are talking about a finite resource, and it has increasingly come under pressure with the time. And it is not going to recede on that. I think the pressure on the resource is going to increase. So the guidelines that are put in place are to help us become stewards of this common resource. So I think that is the framework under which we are talking. Of course, at the high end, enforcement comes in, but the purpose is that people understand and appreciate why the resource is being managed. So I felt that was very, very important to highlight to the participants. There was an issue on rainwater harvesting. When you look at modalities for rainwater harvesting, I think they didn't require necessarily guidelines under this framework, because there you are looking at a roof, and we are saying you maximize the resource that you have. So if you use your roof to get that water into your tank, I think the logical guidelines that would apply are the public health guidelines, so that you don't harvest water in a dirty container, you don't harvest water in a funny way. But here, under source protection, we are talking mainly about a common resource that is under pressure, and where you are taking care of interests of others. Now I turn to my presentation, which is looking at water source protection and other planning processes. And unfortunately, I can't scroll down. My screen seems stuck. Rosmita, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can hear you.
Yes, I have a bit of issues scrolling through my screen.
We can share Francis' screen for you. You can cross, then Francis' screen is for you.
Maybe I can try to reshare again. So I'm talking about other processes that relate to water source protection. So, and mainly I will be looking at the sector processes. So some of those, we are talking about the catchment-based integrated water resources management. We are talking about the social environmental impact assessments. We are talking about water permits, and many of these have been already been hinted on by earlier presenters. We are talking about water development processes. Next. And also water safety plans. Can we go on? Francis? I will start it off with something that we've already seen back. Francis, can we get back a bit? The previous slide. Okay, I'll start it off with a water source in a context of a catchment. I think this one will form a big part of my discussion because it has it all. The outline we see in brown, that is the catchment, and taking the assumption that where we see the yellow dot is our water source. So that water source takes that outline of the catchment. But within that catchment of the water source, we have various players. We have settlement of different natures. We have industries, we have plantations, and we also have measures that we are doing within that catchment. For example, monitoring the water quality, monitoring the water quantity, and observing the groundwater flow. So I wish to discuss actually water source protection and the catchment management under this framework. Next. And this is largely a recap of what has earlier been presented. So which water sources do we look at? The Luis has just talked about pipe water systems. He has just talked about framework for point water sources. Next. He has talked about framework for hydropower systems, and he talked about framework for multipurpose water reservoirs. So when we are discussing, at least when it comes to water sources, these ones by far and large represent the water sources that have got kind of a common good in them. So when you look at this, we still leave out elements to do with rainwater harvesting. Next. And what do we look at when we are looking at water source protection? Francis, next slide. I think I'd hidden this slide, so I didn't want to appear. Francis, we are not moving together. Maybe I will try to reshare my screen if you can allow. Thank you. So again, we were saying that why are we protecting water sources? This has already been highlighted: fluctuating water quantity, fluctuating water quality, but also looking at the livelihoods. And the rational way in developing the source protection plans, you've already been told that it is identifying threats, getting the pathways of those threats to the water source, and then looking at how it is impacting on the water source itself, and what does it mean to the end user. So that is the framework under which we shall be discussing the different planning processes with regard to water source protection. So specifically coming to these threat pathways and then the water source itself, I'm again getting back to the catchment context. Using the yellow dot as our water source, and as earlier said that its catchment is that outline in brown, we have specific scenarios of where you have, is that purple, or where we have actions, or where we have threats that are being manifested. For example, in ones we have the threats, in two we have the pathways, how those threats move and how they find their way into actually our water source, and eventually to the end user, who is the local user or an industry or an institution. So different threats emanate. You could have one, for example, industrial pollution. You could have natural contamination within the groundwater. You could have sewage flowing from urban runoff. You could have a threat of overpumping, yes? So once we've identified the threats, then we have to know how do they now move, or how do they find their way onto the water source. So the different threats have got different mechanisms that gets them into the water source. And this one will guide us into how we develop the specific plans for the water sources. But when it comes to a context like this one, where we have a water source that has got that nature of water catchment for it, then it reflects as well to the catchment processes that are supposed to be undertaken in there. So at certain points in time, water source protection will not differ from actually catchment management plans that are developed and are implemented. And this will depend again on which particular water source type. For example, when you are talking about hydropower systems, their catchments are normally big. You put a hydropower point at a certain point on the river, but behind that hydropower, there is actually a wider catchment that facilitates the river that enables the turbines to flow. So different contexts will be discussed. And when it comes to source protection and catchment planning, I think Dr. Callister had already gone through the stages that we consider while developing water source protection plans, and that is what is on the right, where we have to prepare and start, do the technical analysis, stakeholder engagement, resource mobilization, and again, developing the source protection plan and eventually monitoring and then implementation, then monitoring and regulation. When you look to the left, when we are developing catchment management plans, we as well do what we would call the technical issues. Actually, we do quite a lot that in step 1 and step 2. So we do a description of the catchment and build a knowledge base that is specifically trying to understand technicalities and issues that are in the catchment. We do a water resources planning analysis, which gives us a fair understanding of what resource base we have and what is it being used for. And we do catchment stakeholder participation framework, which involves identifying the stakeholders, knowing how they impact the resource, and then getting them into governance structures that actually will lead to the management of water resources in the catchment. So comparing stages 1 of the catchment planning guidelines and stages 2 of the catchment planning guidelines with stages 1, 2, 3 of the water source protection plans, you find that have quite a lot in common. And all these stages are aimed at eventually coming up with an implementable plan. Whereas in the catchment planning guidelines, we go into actually developing multiple scenarios because of the size of normally the catchments, because we want to get one that is most cost effective and also that delivers the best results. So we are forced to go into options and scenarios so that we come out with the best. For source protection, we may be tied to what we see and how best we are able to do it. But what I must emphasize is that these 2 documents at the end of the day have to be implemented. You have to resource them, but they are also living documents that are supposed to be revised from time to time. So issues popping up and we have to go back and review. So looking at typical synergies that we see between water source protection guidelines and catchment-based integrated water planning guidelines, we do note that institutional arrangements developing and applying these guidelines are nearly the same. We are talking about water management zones as taking lead. We've already been told when Reese was presenting the stakeholders that are key in each of the different volumes of the catchment, rather water source protection planning guidelines, is that water management zones are actually at the helm of guiding stakeholders in developing these water source protection plans and also overseeing their implementation. But under the catchments, we have governance structures that are established, which are catchment management organizations, and they are really concerned with seeing the health catchment and that the stakeholders in there get maximum benefits. And they don't look at select stakeholders, they look at stakeholders comprehensively. So every user of the resource is supposed to have a good share of the catchment water resources. So when it comes to water source protection plans, I think these stakeholders are also key and instrumental in ensuring that they are developed and they are also implemented. So we as well have sister institutions that are in charge of water development, that are in charge of environmental management, that are in charge of water resources management, NGOs. So the institutional arrangement in general for catchment planning as well as water source protection plans is really nearly the same. Then for both, we may realize that in some situations, it may be inter-district. So we have, like for hydropower stations, when they are developing their water source protection plans, you may find that the system that supplies water to the hydropower station is not limited to one district. So it brings in inter-district play, inter-district cooperation, though this one is more pronounced when it comes to catchment plans because the catchments are actually much wider. But then we have to take a recognition. Some water sources, when we are developing water source protection plans, it may transcend districts. So it is important that that one is taken care of. Also, there is recognition of water source point protection. In most cases, this is a subset of the wider catchment management plans. So when we are developing catchment management plans, part of the interventions are actually geared at looking at the water source. How best do they function? Are they able to have reliable water sources? Do they get good water quality? So water source protection plans in most cases will be subsets of the catchment management plans. And the issues that we are really dealing with in the source protection and the catchment plans are really the same, very similar, but it is the scales at which we manage these things that we tend to differentiate. And then both, of course, once you've developed a plan must be implemented. And when it is being implemented, you require financial resources to implement the feedback. I said these are living documents. So from time to time, they are supposed to be revised. And from time to time, there will be issues that emerge. So feedback from stakeholders and the feedback from the regulators and implementers is key when we are dealing with source protection plans as well as catchment management plans. Then there are specific issues that we concern ourselves with. And I think it has become very, very clear that in both, we are actually looking at the quality and the quantity of water. For catchment management plans, really the target or the indicator that you use to know that your catchment is healthy is the quality of water that is getting out of that catchment, and also how the quantity fluctuates in that catchment are key in measuring the health of that catchment. So, and we've also noted that this is nearly the primary objective or concern when we are developing the water source protection plans, that our water quality and our water quantity are really sustainable for that particular water source. But when it comes to looking at the management challenges within the catchment versus the water source, again, the focus could be a little bit different, yes? Whereas in a catchment plan, you'll be looking at issues to do with scarcity, conflict, socio-economic aspects, say flooding, extreme floods, extreme drought. For water source, you are mainly concerned at am I getting the water that is required from this water source for me to be able to supply the needs for which it was designed for? Am I getting as little as possible cost for implementation of water treatment plans that comes with this? So in a water source, except under very unique circumstances, may not be really concerned with the issues maybe to do with extreme flooding, unless if it affects the water source. So under the catchment planning, you look at a wider perspective. This is the message I'm trying to put across here with regard to water resources challenges. And then when it comes to common guideline objectives, we already noted that in water source protection guidelines, we are looking at quality, quantity, and livelihood. So it is a bit more specific. Whereas in the catchment-based water resources management planning guidelines, we are looking more at policy framework. You are giving a guiding framework to the water management zones, but you are also trying to give an overview of catchment planning processes and outcomes. And this is not limited to only maybe resource users. You may bring on board other sectors, for example, the road sector, because when flooding occurs, it will affect roads, it will affect agriculture. Outside those that directly use the water resource. So the catchment planning guidelines are generally taking care of a wider approach when they are being developed. And then, of course, when we are looking at areas of focus for water sources, we are mainly looking at the point water source itself. So even if it is a piped water system, say an intake for Mbarara water supply, National Water will be mainly concerned about that water source at that point, and probably the catchment behind it. So what happens downstream may not be really a very big concern to National Water and Sewage Corporation in Mbarara. But when you are looking at catchment planning guidelines, then you are looking at the entire catchment, upstream, midstream, and downstream, and all the things that are really happening in there. And then for water source protection guidelines, we are mainly looking at, am I able to abstract what I need for a particular purpose? Hydropower may not be necessarily abstractors, but commitment of their water, yes, to be able to flow through the turbines. We also consider it as an element of abstraction. So all in all, when we are looking at areas of focus, when you look at the stakeholders, nearly, sometimes you may find that the stakeholders, as we talked at the beginning, it transcends all parties that are involved or that are concerned in the impacts that will occur in the catchment or on the water source. And then when it comes to environmental assessments, I think for catchments, we are mainly looking at the overall. So we are looking at the social strategic environmental assessment. Social aspects have to be taken care of strongly. Whereas in a source protection plan, we are mainly looking at how environment is affecting this particular water source. So we may not bring in so much of the social aspects of the catchment behind the water source. So as we earlier said that generally a water source protection plan is a subset of the catchment management plan. When it comes to institutions, you find that Water Directorate of Water Resources Management, of course, with its regional structures, the water management zones are the lead players in this. And for the catchment planning guidelines and the catchment management plans. And for water source protection, we have the water user themselves, the developer actually taking lead in developing or utilization of the water source protection guidelines and plans. So Directorate of Water Resources Management and the water management zones come in to enforce, but also to give guidance to these developers when it comes to water source protection plans. In terms of collaboration, normally for catchment planning guidelines, we collaborate with institutions that are spearheading IWM approaches. And whereas for source protection plans, we tend to focus on the water users, the abstractors, and probably also the end users, yes? And that is the framework under which we tend to collaborate with the different stakeholders. And then the effectiveness of the catchment, rather the guidelines, for catchment planning guidelines, we tend to focus at catchment level. But for water source protection, we said it is variable, it is dependent. You may be looking at a very small micro catchment for a particular water source, but you may also look at probably the entire catchment, depending on the nature of the source. And again, for catchment planning guidelines, we are looking at getting policies and wider institutional objectives being delivered. So you are guiding, you are generally giving a guiding framework. So this is where we shall measure whether our catchment planning guidelines have made really sense or not. But when it comes to water source protection guidelines, we are mainly looking at operations. So it is a do and get a result, yes? And then for catchment planning guidelines, normally the scope, we are looking at the ecosystems, and for water source protection guidelines, we are looking at the water source itself. So in general, we are looking at, when you look at catchment planning guidelines, we are looking at strategic issues, yes? So we are going to look at, if it is environment, then it will be a social strategic approach, whereas here you will be focused on a particular source, how it is impacted or how it impacts on the environment. So I will also try to discuss the water source protection guidelines with specific regard to environmental impact assessment. Doctor already pointed to this, that it is now a requirement, and we are collaborating with NEMA.
And you have 2 minutes to end.
I think I'll be there.
Okay,
that,
great.
when we are developing the environmental impact assessments, there is guidance that water source protection plans are taken care of. So for developers, the different developers that are impact on water resources or that are going to develop water sources, it is now a requirement that once you are doing the environmental impact assessment, you should also look at development of the water source protection plans for that particular water source. So this is to ensure that the water source actually serves you in the best way possible, and that it is not faced with shocks of actions within its catchment. It has also been highlighted that for water permits, now it is one of the conditions in order to be able to, because permits are supposed to regulate use of water. They are supposed to ensure that as you take the water, you look at other stakeholders, but we also want to make sure to ensure that the water system you are applying, the water system you're operating is robust and that it serves you in the best interest. To ensure that we offer the technical guidance, and this can only be through development of this water source protection plan. So as I earlier said, the pressure on the water resource is increasing. So measures that are required to be undertaken by the different stakeholders are also increasing, and this guidance can only be given by the technical institutions. In this case, Directorate of Water Resources Management. It has also taken recognition that when water supply systems are being designed within And I think this is a part of the design approval processes that water source protection plans are developed. Where we sit in LIRA, WSDF is already doing this. It is already part and parcel of their social and environmental impact assessment processes. So I thank colleagues that they're already embracing this. So this is the way to go. Even for water safety plans, I think source protection is an integral part, because safety plans actually look at getting water of acceptable drinking standards, but also that it is reliable throughout the time it is required. So this is the kind of relationship I wanted to discuss with participants here, where we have water source protection plans, but not being looked at independently, but being looked at in a bigger framework for which we implement water resources management and development. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that elaborate presentation. I believe the participants online, you are able to pick very interesting insights from this presentation. I would like to say that for me, what is very, very pertinent as you prepare to give your submission, volunteers this time round, is the link between the catchment management plans and the water source protection plans, because we don't want to be looked at as if we keep on jumping on new things and then throwing away the old ones. So this is very, very good. Richard, thank you very much for bringing into perspective the connection between these two, because a lot of investment was done in the catchment management plans. A lot of implementation designs are being done by stakeholders and other projects to kind of apply the catchment management frameworks. And so when we bring the water source protection, the question is, how are these two connected and how do we integrate them in our ongoing interventions? I think this is very, very clear. The common denominator that I picked from your presentation is that stakeholder ambitions are the basis of planning and implementation. So we need to do very rigorous stakeholder analysis, understand their intentions, their applications, their current designs, especially with the ongoing, the previous designs, interventions, and then seeing how we can be able to implement. Another very important aspect is that the governance structures are very, very key, because we would not want to have overlap in responsibilities by the different implementing agencies and also the implementing intervention, the implemented interventions. So that is very, very important. We need to revise our governance structures in uptake of these water source protection plans vis-a-vis the ongoing governance structures or institutional frameworks that we are using to implement the different interventions in integrated water resources management. So with that, I would like now to have two volunteers so that we go to the next discussion, as we are racing against time, but this is very interesting. Can I have Mwebaze Abbott make a comment, clarification, or submission, and then a volunteer lady, or I will volunteer the lady. So Mwebaze Abbott, can you give your submission? Abbott, are you there? Abbott seems not to be there. Unmute yourself. Semper Michael, can you give a comment, clarification? Hussein Kato, can you make a comment, clarification, or submission? Or else you'll be muted. That is the game. That is the role of the rule of the game here.
Yes, Rose.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe on the side of the gentleman listening, I can volunteer.
Okay, that is great.
I thank the presenters very much. I'm Emmanuel from Ministry of Water and Environment.
Emma.
Yeah, we had the documents. Personally, when we started, I was looking at them and I was like, okay, what are the guidelines coming in for, and specifically what are they looking because we had the EIA guidelines for water-related projects, and then we had catchment management plan manual. So I couldn't differentiate what now the guidelines would come in. But from the presentations, I can now go out and say that water source protection process is a subset of the catchment management plan. And that these guidelines, especially for multipurpose reservoirs and others, they are also a subset of the EIA. The EIAs will generally look at these guidelines or interventions that are there to protect our water sources. But as you said, most importantly is that regular communication from stakeholders and feedback and all other stakeholders at different level at national and district are key in implementing the water source protection plans. I thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Emma, for that rescue package. We are also having very interactive discussions in the chat. Meanwhile, a lady, I would like you to prepare your submission and then we close this discussion. But allow me to read the chat. Peter is making a good submission that for new projects, water source protection plan should be considered during environmental impact assessment stage. And that has been emphasized also by Dr. Kallis, who says, yes, Peter, you are right. Water source protection plans is best done during the feasibility study. And then for existing projects, this should be done as soon as possible. Francis, thank you very much. You're also our host, our administrator, but very actively participating. You're saying that water protection plans are a subset of the catchment management plans. So as I say that there is a common denominator, Francis says there is also a relationship that these are subsets of the previous ones. Then Peter, you're saying that, that is already read. Azizi, thank you very much for the presentation, that this is very good knowledge about water sources, and we do thank you for that wonderful active participation. Let's have a lady. Is Technopop2 female or male? Technopop2, you seem to be taking the floor. Are you male or female? I would like a female to present something, to say something, so that we have a mix of the voices. Brenda, where are you? Yes, please. Stacy, I've been looking for you. Where are you? Can you say something? Because this is your area, Stacy. There's a lady who had volunteered. Please, let's go on so that we can redeem our time. Can I ask Francis to block all the ladies except Lillian and Anita? Because the ladies seem not to be active on the platform. Can you rescue your presence, ladies?
We have our hands up and you're not watching.
And you know what, Gwendolyn is very much emphasizing female mentorship. Agnes, you're rescuing the ladies. Can you say something? Do you need mentorship?
Good afternoon, I'm Agnes, and I had forgotten to put the names, but the comment that you had talked about survey as in Francis was my comment actually. So we are really actively participating. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And also I've taken note. I have not heard you, so I don't know what is happening. Gwendolyn, you still have a big role to play on female in water resource management mentorship. So the ladies, we need to mentor you on how to actively grab the space in water resources management. So thank you very much, Dr. Kallis. I've seen your comment that you're saying that there are many people who have registered, but I think their registration is not so clear. Please, Francis, correct that. And then we move to the next presentation to redeem our time. Let's go to the next presenter, please. Ladies, you have a backlog to redeem your presence in the meeting, please. Let's go to the next presentation. Innocent, are you ready with the case stories?
Yes, am I clear? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Can you take the floor and share your case story, please?
Okay, I think, okay, all right. So I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, I can see.
Okay,
And
thank you very much, moderator.
See.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Innocent SJ. I work with National Transport Corporation. So I'm going to present to you a case study or a scenario where we have adopted the source protection guidelines, which are being developed by Ministry of Water and Environment. And to be specific, DWRM. I'm going to present to you one case study that is for the River Enyao in Arua. So this is the experience we have gone through in trying to utilize the guidelines which have already been developed by ministry to try to put them into implement consideration on the side of the developer. So you all know National Water is responsible, and the mandate is to ensure that we have a supply of safe drinking water to urban centers of Uganda. And currently, this is just an outline, but I will not go much into it. We took up the source protection guidelines, and in reference to my case study for Arua, which is located in the River Enyao, which is located in Arua municipality and located in the northwest West Nile region of Uganda. And the source I'm talking about, it's at the boundary between Congo and Uganda. That's at Vura. So when it comes to the challenges we face due to environmental degradation within the water resources or the general environment perspective, we usually face a lot of challenges in terms of operations, especially when it comes to water stress during the dry periods. And we also have a lot of siltation during the wet seasons due to erosion into the water sources. And this, of course, in the end, damage our water intakes. In terms of the pumps, we find that most of the times, every now and often, we are replacing this mechanical equipment. And you find that this is costly and increasing the operational budgets. Another challenge is also we use a lot of chemicals in trying to ensure that we treat water to the required standards so that people can receive safe and clean water. So in pictorial terms, this is a case of scenario for the River Enyao during the wet seasons. And what you're seeing this figure is our abstraction point, almost like the intake structure. Although we have screens, but we find that most of the cases previously, whenever it would rain, you find all the solid waste has blocked the intake and you can't pump. So you find that you have to first clear all these sections, take more than 6 hours to do this. And you find that the operations are now backstopped, and you find that you are going to treat water for about 4 to 5 hours instead of 24 a day. So in reference to the source protection guidelines, which were developed by the Ministry of Water and Environment, I will not go much into this. This has already been presented by Dr. Karist and the other presenters. Our main objective was to improve the water quality, the reliability, and then the livelihood, because this is so key, the livelihood of the people who are almost encroaching into these sources. So what are they doing? Are they doing farming? Are they doing cattle keeping? So it's good to take into the livelihood approach when you are implementing source protection measures. So we followed the source protection guidelines, that is volume 1, volume 2, which is basically for piped water systems. And we developed stakeholder engagement plans, we developed a situation analysis plans, we developed a technical analysis plan, a source protection plan itself with the measures to be implemented, and then the resource mobilization plan, basically to see where we can pool resources to implement the measures. So when we did the baseline for the River Enyao, there were so many point sources of pollution in terms of physical, biological, and chemical sources of pollution. Things to do with wetland degradation, because people do planting of cabbages, different species of vegetables in the wetlands, which are feeding and protecting the sources. We find that open grazing, where cows are taken directly to the water sources. And we find that there are so many illegal activities happening within these water resources. For specific Arua or the River Enyao, a lot of cow washing was being undertaken. That is even before, that is upstream, our absorption point. Before you abstract the water, the raw water for treating and then supplying to customers, people are already doing the contamination. So even things to do with poor solid waste management. So all this trash would end up in our intake points. So we had to do mapping for the micro catchment. We are doing on the smaller scale, not a catchment, but on the micro catchment on a smaller level. We had to do a mapping along the river to see where the pollution points are and where maybe people are doing bricklaying, car washing. So we had to clearly identify these areas and map them. So now, after developing our source protection plans, it was now time for implementing the measures which were identified. So we called it priority measures because of the funding which we had. So one of the key consideration, or one of the very main good point that you have to put into consideration as a developer, because if you have not done this before, it's good to go and learn. So we had to go to undertake a learning visit. We had to go to some of that's the Kashasha wetland, which has been which was restored under the Victoria Water Management Zone. So we had to take all the stakeholders from Arua. We had to transport them to Rizi so that they can learn and replicate what has been done in other areas, so that we can even get more support when we were to implement the priority measures for the River Enyao. So we had to engage a number of stakeholders, including the DWRM, the Albertine Water Management Zone, the Catchment Management Committee of the zone, and then the district local government, including NEMA and the different technocrats. So now, I haven't presented the source protection plan. When it came to water degradation, there are some of the sections which you had to leave to regenerate. For example, whereby people were doing agriculture, some of these areas were left intact for regeneration. But you find some of the areas where people were doing planting or they were doing agricultural practices directly almost into the river. We had to do restoration of the river banks, not the whole river, but we have some sections, because as you may see in my subsequent presentation, there are some challenges which are faced when you are implementing such kind of measures, especially on the developer side, when you don't have the mandate to chase away people from the wetlands and the buffer zones. So we managed to restore about 5 kilometers of the river, right there from our absorption point upstream to the intake. So one of the key considerations we undertook was where people were doing direct washing of cars before our abstraction point. We had to engage the youth and train them in different business skills for gaining alternative level options, so that they could get away from these points, and we could at least receive less contaminated raw water for abstracting and then treating and selling to customers. Some of the other interventions we did had to engage sensitization, especially we had to—
1 minute.
We did tree planting, and then when it comes to other undertakings, we did rainwater harvesting, cattle traps for those who were directly taking the animals directly to the river. We constructed gabions. So what we did, where people were washing cars, we designed gabions, and we constructed gabions to close off these sections. So these the youth were moved out of these sections. In some of the scenarios, we had to do demarcation, but this was done. The lead role was played by NEMA. This was the District Environment Office with support from National Water. So we had to ensure that we demarcate the buffer zones of the river. So what are some of the lessons learned in implementing such kind of measures? One, stakeholder engagement is very key because you can't go in and fund yourself as national water or as a developer without engaging all stakeholders who are relevant in order to support your project to move on. There are some challenges with seasonal variations which have to be put into considerations because you may plant trees and they all die. So depending on the season you're planting, you can have a successful project when you do proper planning. Then resource mobilization, you need resources for implementing source protection. I think it's now a requirement from DWM that all the projects we have now, they have to come with a source protection plan, and we have to show the resources for put aside some resources for implementing measures that we come up with. And then intense monitoring, where you may implement some of the measures in some sections of the river or the microcatchment, but then the community changes its mind. So there is also a lot of mindset change which is needed to be done in the communities when you're implementing such measures. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being on time with that well-elaborate case story. So we also now, I think, go to the next case story, and once we have a wrap-up of all these case stories and experiences, then we can open the discussion. Can we have Maximo for Choga or Brian for Albert?
Moderator, there are people who complain that they have been putting up their hands. Maybe you can see when they will come in, probably later or now.
All right, I do apologize for that. I've seen it in the chat. I take responsibility of that lack of observation. Vickman, I think you are one of those who have been affected, and I do apologize to all those others who have been affected by my lack of observation. Thank you very much, Dr. Carlist, and let's move on. I will not do that for the next discussion. Thank you. The next case story, please.
Good afternoon. Maybe I can share. I can share my presentation.
Yes, Brian, go ahead.
Oh, correct. Thank you. Okay. Can you all see my screen? Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
we are seeing it.
Okay.
We can see
So,
it.
oh, correct. Thank you. So I'm going to take you through an experience of water source protection in the Albert Water Management Zone. I'm Guma Brian Emmanuel, Dr. Guma Brian Emmanuel. Maybe for the start, I can have the video on. It's not moving up. The slides are not moving. Maybe let me stop sharing and share again. Okay, so my presentation outline, I'll take you through the background, the case studies in Panga, and then how I've been piloting source protection in the upstream, midstream, downstream, as well as what are the lessons that have been learned, what we draw from these pilots that we have done as a ministry. As part of the background, the Albert Water Management Zone is part of the 4 water management zones that were delineated based on the major hydrological basins in the country. So we have Albert, we have Choga, we have Upper Nile, and we have Victoria. Albert stretches all the way from Waise up to Weramule, from Chisoro up to Nyoya. In totality, we have about 44 districts, and this keep on multiplying because of the subdivisions of the other districts within the water management zone. So it's also very ecologically sensitive. It has some of the Ramsar sites. The Albert Management Zone has a wide range of the national parks and also the biodiversity within the Albert Management Zone is also of very great significance. That is the map of Mpanga catchment. And my presentation actually overlays, brings everything into perspective, source protection, tries to bring this into context, participants to actually contextualize what presenters have actually mentioned. So, traverses very many districts.
Dr. Brown, can you remove your video? If you can remove your video, then we would hear you better.
Brian, can you please remove the video? We seem not to be getting a good feedback. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Please move on. Yeah, please move on.
Yeah, lost him, but now he's back.
Okay, great. Thank you, Brian, for starting to share your screen.
Okay, the screen is back on. Sorry for the internet mishap. So Mpanga catchment traverses over 7 districts, starts at the foothills of the Mount Rwenzori from Kabarore, and then also flows through Chenjojo, Kamwenge, and there's also one segment that comes from Chiruhura, Kazo, Ibanda, all flowing into the Lake George. Oh, hello? Hello?
Yes, Brian,
we can hear you.
Okay.
We have lost your screen again.
I think it's, sorry for that. It wasn't moving. Okay. So that actually shows more of an animation segment from Chiruhura, Ibanda. And all this water, there's a confluence near Kamwenge, and all this flows into through Mpanga hydropower electric dam before it actually goes into Lake George. And through the catchment processing, some of the issues were identified, some of the particular issues were identified, such as soil erosion that occurs at the foothills of Mount Rwenzori. We have deforestation within Chenjojo, whereby most of the trees have actually been logged. And then also have wetland encroachment and degradation in Kamwenge. And
Networker.
Ron, your network is quite poor.
You can change the direction.
Brian, can you check and maybe if it fails, then we can go to the next and you fix it. Moderator, I would suggest that maybe we get the next presenter as Brian
sorts out. Okay.
Maximo should be ready.
Maximo, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, so Francis, can you catch up so that we get him sort out the hitch in the next presentation. So Maximo, please take the lead and make your presentation. You have not more than 10 minutes to do that. So at 12:20, you should be done.
Thank you very much, presenter. Good afternoon, participants. Maybe I will request Brian to stop sharing and I can share my screen.
I had actually got some better internet receptivity.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you.
So you have 5 minutes to redeem your work, and then we get to Maximo.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you. So one of the challenges was soil erosion within the upstream part of the catchment, and through simple soil and water conservation techniques, we had actually bench terraces that were formed at the foothills of Mount Rwenzori. And this whole aim was to actually cut down the siltation of the river system, because before, or when it used to rain, most of the soil erosion and most of the silt would actually go downstream into the river. And then at the lowlands within the Rwenzoris, there was actually a very poor agricultural practices. So once we also reached there, we actually decided to do the road runoff water harvesting, whereby we would harvest runoff from the roads into people's gardens, and would actually, there was an improved yield of a crop of banana bunches. And during the dry season, a bunch of matoke that was costing 5,000 shillings would now cost more than 10,000 shillings. So there was an improved household income as we are looking at the wholesome picture of source protection within the catchment, within the upstream. And we also went ahead and carried out, trained the riparian communities in raising indigenous tree seedlings, and they were actually taught how to plant them and how to grow the tree seedlings within the catchment. And this was in the view of replacing the eucalyptus that was along the river banks with the indigenous tree species that had some medicinal value. When piloting in the midstream, from my earlier sentiment on deforestation along the river banks, this is in Chenjojo, whereby there was a lot of deforestation. People were actually cultivating up to the river bank. What did we do? We sensitized the local communities that it's actually bad doing cultivation up the river bank, and the communities themselves, gave us the labor force, and through that, they actually came up with a community plan for the 100-meter buffer zone. And this plan, it was themselves that spearheaded it, whereby they suggested to have 30 meters left intact from the riverbank, and also the other 30 meters for the indigenous tree species, and also 30 meters for agroforestry, then the other 10 meters for homestead. So they involved the communities and also enlightened them on the dangers of riverbank encroachment. And then on the last segment, which was wetland encroachment and degradation, this was in Kamwenge, we involved the local communities and the essence of having a well-preserved wetland system. What does this imply to? So does it improve the microclimate? So these are some of the questions we kept on tasking them. And when they realized that in the past, the wetland was actually of very big importance, they actually gave us the labor force to having this wetland system fully regenerated. So as part of an incentive, sometimes it's very hard if for a community that doesn't have a symbiotic relation with a given natural resource, they won't value it. So we gave an incentive of, okay, let us have some fish ponds within this wetland system, so that there's that kind of symbiotic relation. If there's no water flowing into the wetland system, that means there's not going to have fish. So we established a fish pond with their help, and the pictures show, actually this was after a very bumpy harvest, whereby there was actually improvement in the protein levels at household, and also they were able to actually fetch money. This was a group that was started with about 20 members, but currently they are actually about 150 members. And we also had interested them in having a common denominator, which was the money, and they started saving And of course, one of the agenda is actually conserving the environment. And currently, they actually have over 15 million shillings in their pockets as a group. So we also acknowledge that water resources management is actually a cyclic process whereby it's not end-looped, it's always a continuous process. So after the harvest, they usually sit down as a group and deliberate on some of those issues affecting water resources management within their area. So what are the lessons learned from the 3 pilots that we have actually done within the catchment? We acknowledge that it's actually destroying a catchment takes less than a day, but restoring it at the time and also the capital is very high. And we've also been faced by a challenge or a lesson learned. The climate is becoming more variable. We'll have shorter rainy seasons and drier, longer dry seasons. And also have one of the lessons that communities actually have high expectations, but at times it's usually, they usually have very many high expectations, thinking that if you're going to start the restoration, they're going to see an improvement tomorrow. And yet we actually tell them, it's just like seeing a tree grow. It takes over a period of time. So some of the visible changes actually take some time. And then also a shift of the labor force to the urban centers. Most of the youth have actually left the villages and gone to the urban centers right border. So it was again very hard to get some of the labor force to carry out some of these activities within the catchment. And also we also do highly appreciate that the land system is highly fragmented, and this has actually hindered the restoration initiatives within the Albert Water Management Zone. So that's a picture of Mpanga hydropower. That is a weir that actually draws water from the river system and takes it down to the turbines. As you can appreciate, some of the water is actually dirty, it's silted, and this is a reflection of some of the challenges within the catchment itself. Thank you very much for listening in. That was an experience from the Albert Water Management Zone.
Yeah, thank you very much, Brian. And we are also sorry for that kind of disturbance, but good enough you are able to fix it and give us this wonderful presentation. Thanks for the time you put in to prepare this work. We don't take it for granted, and we always look forward to your submissions. Brian, I can see you're more than ready. Please take the floor so that we have the final set of experiences and we open it for discussion so that we don't lose that much time. Thank you very much, Brian. Take the floor.
Thank you very much, moderator, and good afternoon, participants. I will start to share my screen. Moderator, can you see my screen?
I can see your screen and I take the apology. I'm so sorry for the mishap of the names. Maximo, when I heard the voice and I'm like, this is the person I know. Maximo, I take that apology. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you very much. Like you've indicated, moderator, Maximo Tunomuhaja, my name's team leader, Choga Water Management Zone. And for me, I will build on the experiences that have already been shared by colleagues by presenting on a case study around protection of valley tanks in Karamoja region. And like it has been said most times, we are talking of 4 water management zones, and specifically for us, we are talking of Choga Water Management Zone in Eastern Uganda. And specifically in Choga Water Management Zone, like Dr. Kalist indicated, we have 11 catchments, and these 11 catchments cover about 58 districts in the Eastern and Karamoja region. And we are covering an extensive area of about 58,000 square kilometers. And specifically for the Karamoja region, we are talking of 3 catchments which cover the region. We have Rokok, we have Rokere, and the other part of the region is covered by the Awoja catchment, spanning areas of Nakapiripirit and Kataku districts. Then in form of the general challenges and faced in the Karamoja region, owing to the geological setup in the Karamoja region, we have low water retention capacity, that's associated to high surface runoff when it rains, and that leads to the flash floods you hear about in Karamoja most of the time. And this is coupled with high sediment load when it rains, leading to siltation of various dams and tanks. And then in a dry season, Karamoja is so unique. You get flash floods in a wet season, but very quickly the water disappears, and then you experience hydrological drought, where you would have rains that are below normal in most of the cases, but then you would have shortage of water for livestock and crops in the form of agricultural drought. In lower lying areas where water runs too very quickly, you have water logging. But then specifically when it comes to water infrastructure, you have the problem of poor source protection coming in, the operation and maintenance of the infrastructure comes in, and then groundwater in the region is generally of good quality. But when you go to local scales, there are some elements of fluoride, salinity, iron, and high microbiological contamination. Then in form of pictures and specifically to valley tanks, you see the general situation of some valley tanks being exposed. The banks are exposed, no grass cover, no tree cover in most of the cases. And now this exposes, of course, it exposes the water to a lot of silt, a lot of evaporation. You see elements of people and of course, and livestock sharing water there, the cows having open access to the valley tanks for drinking, further worsening the situation, the water quality there, the silting of the valley tanks. But in all, also, when it comes to some valley tanks, you find they are the only water sources for both livestock and humans. And you can see clearly the dirty water that we are talking about as a result of poor source protection there, water that cannot easily be consumed for domestic use. And of course, in some of these areas, making it even more challenging to drill boreholes because of the nature of the water table there. So meaning that it would be so important to ensure that you protect the source to combat these challenges, to avail water for human use and animals, maybe in the form of controlled water access points for the animals. So with all those challenges in the regions, we have tried to address those with partners and stakeholders on ground. First of all, through catchment management planning. We have a catchment management plan for Cork, which was developed by with support of these partners and stakeholders on ground. We have a catchment management plan for Awoja, covering areas of Nakapiripirit, Amudat, and others. We also have a catchment management plan for Okere, that really across these catchments, you'd try to understand the issues on ground and involve stakeholders in addressing those. And specifically, for instance, for the Okere catchment, we even went a step further during the catchment management planning process, where we demarcated it in 5 sub-catchments, Nangoraporon, Omaniman, Rochoman, then Kapiri Kokorio here. But 3 of these sub-catchments, we have developed sub-catchment management plans for Nangoraporon, for Maniman, for Kapiri Kokorio, further zooming into the actual challenges, issues of lack of water source protection, siltation of valley tanks on ground, to really understand and work with stakeholders to address those challenges. And we have sub-catchment management committees, even micro-catchment management committees at a lower level in one of the sub-catchments to ensure full engagement to address those challenges we are facing on ground. As a form of implementing those catchment management plans, together with development partners, we have formulated some projects, for instance, enhancing climate resilience through increased water production capacity in Karamoja, a project we implemented with GIZ. We also almost ending another project where we are implementing with Verutunga Hilfe, where we are talking about water protection and preservation of Rokere water catchment for socioeconomic development change in Karamoja, where a number of activities, tree planting, soil and biophysical structures are being implemented, but mainly where source protection of water tanks is being implemented. Now we have even a new, the latest project on board, a regional project strengthening drought resilience of smallholder farmers for pastoralists in the IGAD region, a 4-year project implemented in Djibouti, Kenya, Uganda, and Sudan. But in Uganda, specifically, we're implementing it in Rokere catchment. And one of the activities we'll be looking at water source protection of water tanks, among others. And when we talk about water source protection of water tanks in the region, you would start with an undesirable situation here, for instance, in picture A, where you have bare banks of the water tanks contributing a lot of silt to the water tank. And you would want to move to a perfect situation in E, for instance, where you have low water tank that's well protected, as you see in this picture. But to achieve that, we go through a number of stages from B, C to D, whereby various grass is planted around the water tanks. For instance, you can see vetiver grass here being planted in a next format, just adjacent to the river banks, to the water tanks, to ensure that there is efficient trapping of silt and debris that would run quickly into the water tank. Of course, now silting it and deteriorating its water quality. We have sisal planted on some of the banks of the water tank. We have some fencing. You have parallel lines of grass being planted to trap silt there. So by going through these stages, you would, in a way, be trying to achieve a perfect situation in there. And community engagement is very key on ground. In this picture here, you can clearly see how they are being engaged to add more layers of planting the sisal there. You can see fences. So you have several lines of protection that such that if one line fails, then the subsequent lines can enhance the protection of the water tanks. You can see a very good situation already happening down here in form of the different layers, the fencing, the milk fence in there, then the sisal there, then even grass in the innermost layer, which is really increasing the efficiency in trapping silt. Then when you look at, for instance, another water tank which was protected with a partnership with Verutunga Hilfe, you see even after a few months of water source protection, using their model, the X format of planting sisal and vetiver grass, really taking place and shape in this picture.
And you have 2 minutes to conclude.
Yes, I will get there. Maybe I need 1 minute. So by doing all of that, you're actually trying to run into this desirable situation of a low water tank, for instance, in Kachere sub-county. Just a picture that happened within 1 year after water source protection implementation. And ladies and gentlemen, clearly what we see is that the challenges in Karamoja on ground are typical in this picture, where you have incidences of cattle crowding around the water tanks in the tons to access the tanks for water. Then in some cases, you would have humans actually relying on the same. So meaning that when you have such situations, then you are talking of water scarcity, and to address it, you would really have to embrace the protection of these water tanks to provide controllable access points for the animals, and maybe probably at some point, if the geology allows, come up with some boreholes for domestic water accessibility to address these challenges. So the work is quite ripe on ground, and with these interventions, we need even much more to address the challenges in the Karamoja region. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those wonderful submissions about especially the models for source protection. I think we are getting there. We started with the concepts, we started with the plans, which are instruments or tools for water source protection. And now with these experiences, I can see some models that are being done for water source protection, which I think is, as you have also said, Maximo, that we are almost getting there. So I have seen a number of comments in the chat. I don't know whether we still, before I move forward, it is always good discipline as a moderator to inform you that according to the timetable that you have, or the program that you have before you, right now we should be concluding, or we should have finished. So I do request for consensus on how much more time we should go, or we should stretch, given that 12:30, according to the program you have before you, we should have closed. So I need to get your view as part of democracy, how much time we should stretch beyond this, because we still have to give feedback, and then we also have a wonderful discussion or presentation from our host, Dr. Callist. So given these two items before us, please let's have 1 or 2 people volunteer on how much time we think we should continue from here so that we can close. I could say that, and I know also Dr. Callist has submission, but it's normally good practice to hear from the participants so that I can plan the way forward.
Excuse me, moderator.
Yes, please.
This is Innocent. Sorry, I thought maybe I would answer some questions. I know that the requirement was to answer some questions on the chat.
Definitely, you're going to do that, and I would like to package it within the time that we are going to agree on.
Okay.
I have seen very nice comments on the case studies, but I would like to package everything within the agreed time that we have. Do we have more 30 minutes? Because this is Zoom, unlike where we have face-to-face, we can stretch, but we do respect people have programs, they have paid for their internet. So how much time can we go? 30 minutes, can we do that?
Moderator,
So
I suggest we go up to 1, because normally that's what
okay.
lunch start.
Okay, great. Thank you for volunteering, sir. So we take that as an accepted, and Sandra also said 30 minutes. So let's move on. We still have our almost 30 minutes to do that. So at exactly or about 1, we should be closing. Thank you. So we have comments from the chat. One of the presenters, I think you've been picking your comments, so I'll not read them. Can you take the floor within 5 minutes, give your feedback, clarification in response to the comments? And I do respect if there are people who have their hands up, we shall take your submissions. 5 minutes, presenters, take the floor. Anybody can start.
Okay, this is Innocent. I noted about, 3 of them. One of them was from Brenda. She was asking how long the whole process took us. So we designed a priority measures for 13 months, but in reality, it's always good to have a longer period of such kind of interventions, depending on the funding you are going to use. But we used about 13 months. Then Mr. Kizito asked the challenges, for example, the baseline conditions in terms of water quality and quantity. Yes, we have witnessed some changes in this. One is that previously, when it comes to the priority interventions undertaken, especially those to do with the change in the physical parameters. Because the biological parameters to do with fecal contamination, those ones they may take some time because the sources of pollution are so many. But physical contamination, the physical parameters to do with the turbidity, we have realized a change whereby we were using about 160 kgs of aluminum sulfate and incorporating polymer sometimes. So now if you're using 90 kgs and not integrating polymer, so meaning such kind of interventions are of great importance to developers like National Water who are using the water resources for treating water and then supplying to the customers. I think Mr. Chisto also asked the question on 3% policy. There was a discussion, I think I will also request Dr. Karis to highlight on this, the discussion on the range of the 3%. When we're doing the priority interventions, we didn't apply the 3%, but we have future projects which are coming on board. These are donor-funded projects. We are going to utilize the 3% now. We are going into back the implementing full-scale source protection measures because what we implemented was just priority measures. So we are going to utilize the 3% now, but I think there is an adjustment and the flexibility between 2 to 3%. I can't get a concrete answer, but I request Dr. Karis maybe to highlight on that. Then I think there was a question from Christella. Dr. Karis has already responded to it, and I consent with what he has put in the chat. It's the same scenario, whereby for cases like Kampala, it is too intense. You have so many players on board. So it has to be a collective responsibility and a collective approach when you are developing source protection plans for such kind of cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that submission. Maximo, do you have something to say? Or Brian? Do you have feedback, Brian, Maximo?
Okay,
Moderator,
great.
Yes?
Yeah, moderator, thank you very much. Probably I missed, because I've not clearly got what probably I have to respond to. Maybe I missed one of the questions. Just in case I missed it, I kind of request for someone to repeat it if there was something specific for me.
I thought you are following up on the chat so that you can identify what is yours. But if you cannot specifically see it, no problem. Can anybody raise your hands or
I'm checking on the chat, moderator. I seem not to see any specific question.
Okay,
maybe some of them are compliments.
Yeah, I've seen the same. Yeah, so I thought maybe I didn't understand. Can anybody raise a hand, a voice? Ladies, I have not heard your voice. Can anybody remember you have to be mentored for women in agriculture, in integrated water resources management? Slivia? Yes, Fauza.
Yes, Fauza.
Yeah.
So for me, I do really appreciate I commend the Ministry of Water and specifically the Directorate of Water Resources Management for these framework that have been put in place and that we are utilizing more so starting with our own sector. I'm working with the Ministry of Water and Environment. However, one would like to emphasize the issue of enforcing or trying to strengthen first of all, the development and then the implementation of, because there are so many developers out there who are engaged in provision of water for various purposes. Some of them even being within the say refugee settlements. But when you happen to try to ask them whether they are having water source protection plans, they will tell you they don't have. Okay, some may prove to you that they haven't heard of it, or others may say they don't have. And when you try to at least try to encourage them to prepare them, you really realize that perhaps when you go, after you've gone, they will not take it up seriously. So as a ministry and together with the other regulators, we really have to take this upon ourselves. You know, within us, we know that we don't have to force them to do it, but somehow we have to do it because some of these challenges, especially environmental challenges, may not occur like immediately, but then they come at a time when actually the developers have already set up or established a water facility and have left. So then the communities around and then the entire country suffers the consequences. So somehow we need to also not overlook that element of enforcing or ensuring, strengthening the implementation of the development and the implementation of the water source protection plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You see, that's why I know the ladies, they keep quiet, but they store a lot. Thank you, Fauza, for that rich submission. Also from my side, I was excited to see the structural designs. So I would like to know, you may answer in the chat or maybe think about it, are these structural designs well prepared based on maybe like engineering practices or standards, or if not, or if yes, can this be available maybe at the lowest administrative levels, maybe like a district plans, environmental or structural plan systems? Can they be packaged and availed to the users at the lowest unit of the user? So these are things we need to think about because they look nice in the picture, but we are not so sure whether an environmental scientist or a water engineer could come in and say, no, the way this is designed is not the right one. So Dr. Kallis, meanwhile, can you start sharing your screen because you have 15 minutes to do your presentation so that we are within the allocated time. But meanwhile, I think these are very interesting cases. What I read as a thread is that we have the documents, we have the knowledge, we have the information, we have the implementation design in terms of governance, in terms of institution expectations, stakeholder involvement, and then now, very interesting, I'm seeing structural designs. And what seems to be missing, or which is of course work in progress and should be incorporated, is the monitoring, evaluation, and maybe packaging of the lessons learned, so that now these kind of designs or experiences can be replicated to other frameworks or other locations that would like. Also, even out of the country, Uganda can be a case study. Dr. Kallis, I would like you to see you starting to share your screen so that I stop my submission. So Uganda, we are well known, I learned from the SDG implementation, we are well known for being the pioneers in generating knowledge. So for me, I would be excited to see this whole process documented, packaged, and available for uptake and replication, as well as learning for other water systems or other countries that would like to see how we can move from catchment management plans, and now we have water source protection plans, and maybe something else, so that we can become a center of excellence in generating this kind of knowledge pieces that people can learn from. Right now, I can see the screen is ready. So Dr. Kallis, please take the floor. You have 15 minutes to make your presentation, and we open for the discussion, then we close, and then I hand over to the hosts. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator, for this. I know we are running out of time, but I'm going to run you through the strategy for operationalizing stakeholder contribution. And as we said, this has been done as part of the policy to ensure that we implement these guidelines. And the strategy is for guiding stakeholder contribution towards water source protection as provided for the water source protection guidelines. It also provides the roadmap for operationalizing this decision. This decision was taken collectively by all the stakeholders, government, donors, civil society, private sector, that every water infrastructure project has to provide up to 3% of their investment to catchment and source protection. Next. And when we are talking about this, then we are saying, what is the purpose of this strategy? This strategy is to provide the Ministry of Water and Environment as the custodian of water resources and other stakeholders the water source protection with a roadmap on how we can ensure effective and structured engagement with the stakeholders, how the stakeholders can contribute source protection so that this process is all involving and also ensures that the resources put on the table are actually helping us to address the problem of quantity and quality of water resources. Next. And of course, this strategy was also developed through a highly consultative manner, and its goal is to sustain supply of good quality and affordable water for socio-economic and livelihood needs. So we want to make sure that by implementing this strategy where stakeholders contribute to catchment and source protection, then we have a sustainable supply of good quality and affordable water. So we cannot talk about the quantity of water without talking about its quality. And the goal is to mobilize and sustain stakeholder contribution, source protection, because source protection is a continuous process. And that's why somebody earlier said we need money. So we want to make sure that we continue mobilizing these funds from stakeholders as beneficiaries of these resources, but also the strategy has an objective of enforcing measures. Again, Fauza talked about enforcing. So this strategy is saying, how do you enforce? And of course, then finally to protect sources from the threats of water quality and quantity. Next. So again, we define the source. When we are looking at this strategy, we want people to know that a source is that geographical location where water is taken out. And the point is the water supply abstraction location, and source catchment, that's an area that contributes water to a common point. Next. And of course, when you talk about source protection, we are talking about management interventions. Those actions you take to maintain and improve the condition of the catchment. So source protection is a number of measures, and these are aimed at reducing degradation, protecting the infrastructure, and reducing conflicts between and among users. And of course, we have water infrastructure, which really talks about systems for supply of the water, either piped water, hydropower schemes, and so forth. Okay, now catchment, again, we have talked about the catchment is a drainage area contributing water to a common point. And when we talk about catchment protection, these are management actions to maintain and improve the conditions in the catchment. So source protection, as earlier mentioned by Richard, is a subset of catchment protection. Now, the justification for this strategy was the Vision 2040 targets to increase water consumption from 26,600 cubic meters per person by the year 2040, and also increase the population, the proportion of the population accessing safe water to 100% by 2040. So this strategy then is aimed at ensuring that the sector protects these sources so that this water is available to meet the 2040 targets. Next. And so what is the relationship between the strategy and the other frameworks? Again, as colleagues have mentioned, we are putting this strategy and resource protection within the overall framework of integrated water resources management. So this strategy actually provides a mandatory requirement that for us to implement water source protection guidelines, the water supply infrastructure have to contribute. So this strategy is providing guidance on how the funds are computed. And also this is different from other voluntary schemes. We have voluntary schemes, for example, payment for ecosystem services, payment for catchment services, maybe the corporate social responsibility. Those are voluntary and people can fund them or not, but source protection is not going to be a voluntary scheme. It will be a mandatory scheme so that all the users of water are following it. Next. So strategy, again, this is where I want to highlight, people would want to know how did we come up with that? I must say that the 3% contribution was an arbitrary figure where the stakeholders said, can we contribute 3%? Now, during development of this strategy, we now decided to see, is 3% actually adequate to do the job? Is 3% quite a lot maybe for some infrastructure? For example, for a hydropower plant, 3% can be a lot of money. and maybe would be more than what is needed. So we said, we are going for 3%, but finally we said up to 3%. So right now the strategy is not just 3%, but it is up 3%. And I will highlight to you how then that percentage is computed. First of all, strategy number one, we want to compute the contribution from new and existing water supply projects. And when we did the piloting all over the country, we realized that if we have projects that are less than 100 million, and you want to enforce the contribution, the cost of enforcing that contribution might be more than actually the 3% they contribute. So while we are saying that every water infrastructure has to protect the source, we are saying that for sources that are going to be put on the table, as I will highlight, we are having a limit of 100 million. That doesn't mean that the project which have a lower value don't contribute, they contribute, but we want them to contribute at the local level to maintain the scheme. So the regulation will also say, you don't have to give money to anybody, you don't have to send it to anybody, but you have to protect the source. And where is this money, how is this computed? We are computing based on capital development budget, basically for projects, land acquisition, feasibility studies, architecture, engineering designs, then construction. Then we're also looking at operation and maintenance. So again, targeting infrastructure with a value of 100 million and beyond, where we look at the cost of water purification, because we believe that once we implement source protection, the cost of water treatment will go down, but also the water will be available so that you can expand your network and the revenue base will increase. So we are looking at the cost, the current cost of purification, the revenue, and the cost of extension. Next, so we compute 3% basically on capital development and also the operation and maintenance. Then now strategy number 2 is how to prioritize activities actually to be funded through this 3% or up 3%. Basically, we said all activities that are going to be funded using this money have to be derived from a water source protection plan. And these activities may include sustainable land management, greening water sources, catchment management activities, enforcement, ensuring the sources acquire land, community mobilization. So all of these activities that are needed to implement the source protection plan are the ones that actually will be funded using this money. Now, for you to know how much needs to be contributed, then when you have costed your source protection plan, then you will know how much money is needed to protect that source. And that's why we say that stakeholders are contributing to implement the plan. If, for example, you find that you need 50 million to protect, to implement this plan, then the stakeholders there are mobilizing resources up to 50 million, meaning that the infrastructure is not contributing more than that, but you are contributing what is needed. But of course, remember, we need money for continuous protection. So the activities to implement are those from the plan. I've heard, for example, some local governments writing to the minister saying, we are asking for the 3% to be sent to us. No, this money is to implement the activities in the plan. And of course, the stakeholders involved will be keen in doing that. Next. Under strategy number 3, we are again looking at how do we manage this money and utilize the contribution? Do we get the money and send to the ministry? No, we are saying there are 2 ways we want the money to be managed. If we determine the money the infrastructure project is supposed to contribute, there is one option of that contributor, for example, like national water, and that's what we have done also with the national water in the Arua. That's what we are doing with the national water in all of these large towns, is remain with the money, but you are going to fund the activity, the source protection plan. Meaning that if you are going to implement some activities on the ground, then the national water procures the service providers, engages the stakeholders, facilitates. Now for us as regulators, we are coming in to check and make sure that all of those actions in the plan are implemented. Now we are having option 2 of creating a source protection fund. This is where stakeholders put money in one common fund so that then these funds can be used and managed as a pool by the stakeholders. Now, this option 2 haven't operationalized because the legal framework hasn't given us this provision. So we are taking it up under the revision of the Water Act so that the source protection fund is provided for, and this money remains where it is collected. It will be managed by the stakeholders to implement the plan and ensure that the plan continues to be implemented. At the heart of all of this is the stakeholders. The stakeholders have to agree on the model to apply and put in place measures. This money is not coming to the ministry. This is money remaining there to do the job. We don't want the money to come because it is not meant to come here. We want to make sure that the plans are implemented, and for us, we enforce the provisions of that. Next. Francis, next. So successful implementation of this strategy, of course, will result in enhanced stakeholder commitment and participation in water source protection. We shall have additional financial and technical resources for source protection, really enhancing the resource base, but also getting stakeholders to really play their role. There will be increased access to clean and affordable water, and of course, improved management of the natural resources and improved livelihoods. Next. So, priority issues to consider operationalize this contribution. Number one, the formula for contributing the contribution that addresses differences in water supply infrastructure and stakeholder operation license needs to be considered. So this considerations aims to ensure that the commitment and management of the contributions fit well within the stakeholder mandates. So for example, as we said, there are some stakeholders who may not be able to pass over money to others as of now. So when we are asking them to contribute, we are basically looking at the policies within, and we ensure that we don't actually go over those policies. All we want is the plan to be implemented. And of course, the priority and the eligible water source protection needs to be supported, must be drawn from a source protection plan that has been developed through a participatory process. We don't want somebody to come and say, I want to fund this activity. Source protection plans are living documents. They can be updated anytime, but activities that are put there by the stakeholders should be the ones that are funded through this contribution. Next. Francis, next. The mechanism for collecting and managing and accounting of this money should be developed again. We have tested them. And of course, it is preferable that such mechanisms are an integral part of implementation arrangements. So whatever mechanism for collecting and managing and accounting this money has to be part of the plan, as I mentioned. We don't want, for example, a stakeholder like national to come and say, I've spent 100 million on this. No, it has to be accountable to the stakeholders, and the stakeholders know what is done. And of course, monitoring and evaluation of the performance is the key, so that we can continue updating these guidelines. Thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Callis. So there are some comments in the chat. We are opening the discussion. Thank you for saving us. We have 2 minutes, but we can use 5 minutes for the discussion, and then we go into closure. Any comments, any quick one?
No, still it's the same.
Dr. Callis, are you seeing any comments in the chat that speak to your presentation?
Let me see.
Yeah, there's one, the key indicators.
So so moderator, help me to get that. I was responding some comments.
Okay, yeah, we do respect that. Are there
Yes.
some key indicators for source protection?
Indicators for success, or because one of the things, of course, we are trying to do, and that's why we are developing a monitoring mechanism. What we are doing, we are trying to improve the quality and the quantity of water. So at the beginning, we have to know what is the quality of the water, so that sets the baseline. So we are putting in place monitoring actual infrastructure so that we can even ourselves know that implementation of this plan is enabling us to get the quality to improve, but also the quantity, so that the water is available. So again, we have to look at the measures, but also looking at the livelihood. We want to make sure that once the catchment is well protected, then it provides livelihoods for the people. Somebody is asking about the average cost of developing water source protection plan. Again, I don't know, maybe if I come in, Innocent, can you comment on the cost? If Innocent, you are there for national water before I talk about others, and maybe any other colleagues, Maximo and Brian, can do that.
And meanwhile, there's a comment we didn't address. How do we address the issue of solid waste? So meanwhile, you can proceed, but think about it, and anybody can respond to that. Even other people who have not presented.
Is addressed within the framework of catchment management, because even when we are looking at source protection, you are trying to look at all those issues that affect the content and quality of water. If there is poor solid waste management, now the plan puts that as action that needs to be addressed. So when we are getting this contribution, they are actually helping us to address the issue of solid waste. So solid waste is part of the problems that need to be addressed within the framework of catchment management and source protection. But if Innocent is there, I can talk about the cost before I come in.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. As regards the costing of source protection plan, one, what usually determines is that the scale of the project, meaning the location of the catchment and how intense it is polluted. Because in some cases, when it comes to developing a source protection plan, depending on the team you are going to require in terms of reference, in terms of the consultancy. So now, when you are, we can't say that it is 100 million, maybe as a start point, but all in all, the cost of developing the source protection plan, depending one on how the location and how polluted your source is, and how much available funding you have allocated, as it was presented in terms of the percentage of a project. So if you have a bigger funding, or you have a good budget for implementing measures, you can do a stretch of up to about, for source protection, about 10 or 15 kilometers or 20 kilometers. So depending on the funding source you have, and then how big your microcatchment you are going to deal with is. So that's what I can basically say.
Maybe, Innocent, you could give a range for those who are implementing an national, the kind of range of costs, just as an indicative figure.
Okay, the minimum is about between 150 million to 250 million.
And that's fine. So even when we are talking about those for hydropower, that is indicative, but as Innocent mentioned, it depends upon how big the area you want to protect. For hydropower, if you are obstructing as high as possible, then the area which you need to protect will be smaller. But the lower you go, the area becomes bigger. If you are the only one there, then you have a bigger area. But that's an arrangement where then you can even fund the activities with other developers. And that's where then we come in to bring all of you together to work together. But what Innocent has mentioned is indicative, but the final cost will depend on the size of the catchment protect.
And also Albert says that I think that's also important that for cascade dams, I think people can, the users can be able to develop the water source protection together. So there's some bit of sharing of the costs if the facility is used by more than one company or one team. I think that's also something important, that this can be a shared cost at one point among the users.
Yeah, thank you. This Stephen, I want to thank Innocent also. One of the things also, let me add for Innocent is, assume we are source protecting, like for a borehole, that's means it will take less money. So because now since it's a mandatory for every sources to be protected, So we also have to start looking at the borehole which is being drilled, and you'll find that the 3% for the borehole will also, the money will be more little. So it depends on the sizes, the activities which will be involved in that. So I think it's really possible, even in a smaller projects like the boreholes.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think now I'm getting close to the end. Meanwhile, those who are still hanging on, thank you. We have almost 80 participants or more. Please just throw in the chat your take-home message, right? The word take-home message, or you can say THS, and then you write what you think should be a take-home. Otherwise, I think Dr. Kallis, do you have any final remarks, or I go to the final part of the program? Do you have any final remarks in terms of your presentation?
Yes, maybe just to mention, I think there's somebody who has asked you the difference between developing a source protection plan and actual implementation, and that the cost for each is different. First of all, for you to get to know the cost of implementing a plan, you have to develop the plan. So as Innocent mentioned, the cost of developing a plan typically right now as an indicative figure between 150 to 250 million. So if you are developing that plan, it is expected that the plan, which probably has cost you 150 million to develop, will have a bigger cost for implementing it than the 200, because you are covering a wider area. So you need money to develop a plan. And that's where we are saying that the 3% is used, first of all, to develop the plan and implement the plan itself. So they are related. The plan is the one which determines how much money you need. So that's why when you are developing a plan, you are not very sure how much money you need. But once you have developed a plan, then you should be able to address that issue. But as we conclude, moderator, I must say that it has been exciting again to get the interest. As people requested, we have started engagements to ensure that people get to know. And we have been having issues with hydropower developers not knowing what to do. But we do hope that this has given a feel of what can be done. But we are available to provide you any further guidance if you feel we should get somebody even to have a specific presentation for you. Any other stakeholders, feel free, but we need to work together to realize this. And I think that's how I would want to conclude. It is not just for the Ministry of Water and Environment. Our role as duty bearers are to provide the framework, but the implementation is done with you. We cannot work alone. We need to work with everybody. Thank you very much, moderator. And of course, I also want to thank the presenters and the organizers and everybody that has participated in this training. Over to you.
All right, thank you very much. And I would like to make my final remarks with due respect to the extension of time that the participants have given us. For me, my take-home message, I would like to pronounce it that source protection is a continuous process. It's not a one-off. And also very important is that it's a management intervention. And therefore, I would like to put this on record or for food for thought that then if it's a management intervention, we need to pay attention to constraints and opportunities that emerge as we do this continuous process so that we can achieve the desired intervention protection, because constraints may limit. Right now, I didn't see a framework where we take into consideration the constraints and also what are those likely emerging opportunities as we do our protection, because this is the ecosystem is evolving and we need to pay attention to the dynamics that can constrain or can enable our source protection intentions. So with that, I would like to submit amendment and then hand over to the administrator. That is, I don't know whether we still have Gwendolyn with us or I could officially close.
I'm still around, Rosbita.
Okay, great. That is nice. Thanks for the resilience. And so I would like to hand over to the Water Resources Institute to make the closing remark and officially close this training. Thank you, Gwendolyn, and over to you. I close my session. Thank you.
Again, I want to thank you. Maybe let me put on a video. I have not seen Mrs. Oh boy, okay. Dear participants, dear presenters and the facilitator, I take this opportunity to thank you for persevering throughout this training, because it is not easy to be online for about more than 3 hours, and attending attentively, and also contributing the discussion of this training. We thank you so much, and we hope to see you in the next time. We are organizing more trainings, maybe 2-3 more, since we will be able to share with you the trainings as we go ahead, and we shall be grateful if you join more trainings as we go on, to make sure that the water and the environment sector programs are well facilitated, at the same time are well worked on in order to deliver the mandate of the Ministry of Water and Environment. Thank you. See you again. Take care.
Thank you very much.
The last one, how can we access the PowerPoint presentation?
We are going to share with you all the PowerPoint presentations, because at least we have your email. Since you registered, we hope you have your contacts, and the officer in charge of all this one will be able to share with you immediately after the end of that training. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Maybe to mention, Francis is indicating upcoming trainings, and I think we'll be having your emails to invite you to participate on integrated water resources management as a tool for integrating climate change and sustainable development goals. So look out for those when you are invited. Please attend. I think it's a lot of good information to share. Thank you. And thank you, Francis, for the facilitation.
You're welcome, Doctor.